Hello, hello? Dude, you just missed Charlie. He was here until like 30 seconds ago and now he left. Unfortunate. What's up, everybody? Welcome to the Monday stream. It's a big one. We have a lot of things to talk about today. It's very exciting. Razor, thank you for the 20 months, and Nilmi, thank you for the 47. Appreciate you. I am doing great. How are you? I hope you all had a fun weekend. Hope you all had a very good and relaxing weekend as well, because we have a lot of things to talk about today. Regarding Master Duel, regarding other things, you know, it's been a lot of stuff. I already felt like we had a lot of stuff happening for today's stream, and then I opened Master Duel this morning just to get ready, and then I saw the announcement that there was also a ban list. So we've got plenty of things to talk about. So let's dive right in. We're gonna sort of skip the warm-up today because we have a lot to talk about, but then at the same time I just figured we could do something else as a warm-up that I still wanted to do today, because I don't want to jump right into the Master Duel ban list and then have people join the stream in like 20 minutes and then ask, oh, did I miss the ban list? You know, we're gonna wait for everyone to assemble a little bit. But there's one thing I wanted to do today anyways, and I just figured, you know, let's just do it as the warm-up today, which is this. And I'm sure you've seen this if you've been around on social media anywhere in the Yu-Gi-Oh space. You've probably seen this. And I figured we could do this as the warm-up today in the stream, because I'm here. I've come to save the day with the objectively correct take. Essentially, if you haven't seen this, which I feel like it was very hard to avoid over the last couple of days, this is a little website that someone made where you can select your favorite Yu-Gi-Oh cards. And I went ahead and I did it, and I posted it on X, and now I'm gonna defend myself. And yeah, I also did an evil version because I thought that would be funny. I made an evil version of what this would look like if I would pick my least favorite card of all time, essentially, and we can talk about that as well. But yeah, let's just go over it. Look, the most base thing about all of this is that most of these cards are giga old. What is the newest card on this list? Is it Quem? I think the newest card on this list is Quem. The majority of these cards are from like before 2010. This is a certified Ankh list. I'm aware. Yeah, but okay. Anyways, let's go over it. Favorite normal monster, Wing Weaver. This is probably a very odd one. I don't know if a lot of people share this one. This is because there's a personal story to it. That is one of the cards. So when I was a kid, when I was very, very young, my mom sometimes used to buy me packs of Yu-Gi-Oh cards, and she would give them to me not as a pack to open, but she would open them and she would give me them like one card at a time sometimes. And she would like she didn't really know what the game was about, but she would try to give me the best card last out of the pack, you know? And one day I was like waiting to get the last, because I was counting, and I was like, okay, dude, I've got 8 cards out of the pack already. The next one's gonna be the banger. And then one day she saved Wing Weaver for the last card in the pack because it had the biggest stats. So she thought it was the best card in the pack. And then at the time I was like, oh man, it's just Wing Weaver. But nowadays I look back at it very fondly, and I think that's a kind of a cool thing. So I thought of Wing Weaver first when I was thinking of my favorite normal monster. So yeah, it was a very funny interaction, because she saved it until the very end, and she was like, here you go, this is your banger out of the pack. And I'm like, that's a vanilla monster. But at the same time, I was like, what was I, like 7, 8 years old? I don't know at the time. So I don't even know if I necessarily knew it wasn't that great of a card, but it was the biggest card in the pack. So, you know, that was that. Mystic Swordsman level 7. The only reasoning I have for this card is that it's freaking beautiful. Mystic Swordsman level 6 is one of the most aura cards from back in the day, in my opinion. I think this card looks awesome. Of course, it's not a great card, but it's one of my favorite ultimate rares of all time as well. So Mystic Swordsman level 6 it is. A lot of people were surprised that I didn't pick any Necros monsters as a ritual monster, and I was close. If I had picked a Necros, it would have been Necros of Valkyris. And yes, the reason is because it draws cards, and it makes you survive, so it makes the game grindy. Necros of Valkyris is the reason why Necros was so hard to, like, kill. So, you know, I was close to picking Valkyris, but I've always had a little bit of a soft spot for Relinquished. I think that card is super cool. One of my favorite DM era cards. Actually, my favorite DM era card, I'm pretty sure. And I love it. I loved trying to make it work in older formats as well, because it actually was a card that wasn't bad. It was somewhat close to being viable in a couple of formats pre-2010. And I liked experimenting with it when I was like 14 or something, and I liked trying some Relinquished decks. So I think it's a based choice. And then for Fusion, I picked Hugin. That one wasn't really that close. I couldn't really think of many other fusions. I mean, Guardian Chimera is really cool. What else is there? I'm not sure. I'm not sure what else I would have picked for Fusion Monster, but I think Hugin it just takes it. Colossal Fighter, you guys know, is my favorite card. Even though when I made this list, I second guessed myself on whenever someone asks me what's your favorite card, I do say Colossal Fighter. But a lot of these cards are very close. Like Mystic Swordsman level 6, Relinquished, and some of the other ones we're going to talk about are very close to Colossal Fighter in terms of my favorite card. Yeah, that's it's a close one, but yeah. XYZ, I picked Totally Awesome, but I was very close for picking Animalocaris. I got some people in the comments saying, like, I'm surprised you picked Toad over Opabinia and Animalocaris, but I'm gonna be honest with you, they are almost on that. They're on the same level for me. They are on the same level. It was just the one that came to mind first. But yeah. Favorite Link monster? I have a very hard time because I'm really not the biggest fan of the Link mechanic. But I mean, Beat Cop from the Underworld never did anything wrong, pretty much. So I picked Beat Cop because card is cool. Has never committed any crimes. I mean, it's a cop after all, so can't, you know. No, of course I know Beat Cop putting counters on Mystic Mine, toxic win condition. I know it was. I'm still proud of it. I still think it was a good idea in that format at the time, and that's why I picked it. It wasn't a based interaction, but it was a good idea. You know, that's all I'm saying. It was a good idea at the time. Pendulum, I picked. I mean, there was legitimately like one option for an ethical pendulum monster that should exist, and that's Archfiend Eccentric. The rest of the mechanic, quite frankly, shouldn't exist. So I picked Archfiend Eccentric because it's the only viable option. So yeah, that I don't know. This one's objectively correct. And yeah, crap. I mean, you guys know I'm exaggerating. Of course, I'm exaggerating. There's a couple of examples, but Archfiend Eccentric is my favorite pendulum because to me it embodies what the mechanic should have been. I think the idea of having cards be monsters and spells at the same time is an incredible design space that they could have used so much better than what they did with it. Where like instead of making it a combo pile, I would have loved if they made the mechanic more about the fact that they can be used in multiple ways. Like every pendulum monster, it can be like a multi-purpose card of you can use it as a spell, you can use it as a monster. And for me personally, the mechanic just doesn't really play that way often enough. I think it's just a lot of the times like, oh yeah, just a way to summon more monsters onto the field and generate card advantage. And I think that's kind of sad. And I think Archfiend Eccentric is the best example of how that could play out if they put more effort into the mechanic. So yeah, that's why it's that. Illblood, Gemini. First of all, there aren't that many Gemini monsters, and Illblood I think is just the one with the most aura. The most fun to play is Gigaplant, which funnily enough is kind of like the same thing as Illblood but for plants. But Illblood, I always thought this card just looked awesome. Is one of those cards that I remember very fondly. I never owned one until it got reprinted as a kid, but I always thought it was so cool. Neos Alias is also a base choice. It is. I think Neos Alias and Gigaplant are close second and third for me, but I just like the artwork for Illblood is what took it for me. I think Illblood's awesome. Tunes, I looked at all the tunes in the thing, and I really didn't think that any of, like, I'm not the craziest tune fan. Yeah, I don't know. I picked Blue Eyes Tune because I do think it's the coolest out of them, but I didn't really think any of the other, like, I think Toon Goblin Attack Force is kind of cool because it's kind of goofy. At the same time, they are all kind of goofy. That's their thing. So I don't know. Why not the funny Dark Rabbit? He's so funny. I don't think they had the new ones yet, but I don't think I would have picked any of the new ones for it. Also, I can send you the link. Hold up. I did post the link on the tweet that I made, but I can also put the link in chat right now if you want to do one for yourself. I also did one for spell traps, and I also did the least the least based ones. Okay. Spirit, I picked Yamada Dragon because this card was very fun to play with in Dragon Ruler format. Sometime I never topped an event with it, but I messed around with it a little bit. I also even tried it in Genesis Dragon Rulers. This card draws a lot of cards if it attacks for damage. It draws until you have, I think it's 5 cards in your hand, which is a lot sometimes. So I picked Yamada Dragon. Awesome card. Trigon is my favorite union because it was playable in Ravine Dragon Ruler format. That is literally the only reason. But I mean, it's a dragon with 500 or less attack. So you level 3, so you bring it back with the Debris Dragon to make a level 7 synchro, which is really good in Ravine Ruler format. That's all there is to it. Don't really have any other connections to any other Union monsters. I think the only other Union monster I've ever played are like the Gear Frame and Peacekeeper for the machine stuff. But I prefer Dragon Rulers over Machina Gadgets, so I picked Trigon. Flip Crystal Seer is one of my favorite cards of all time. But yeah. I love Crystal Seer. I don't know what it is about that card, but it fascinated me as a kid when it came out. Partially also because it was, when it came out, rather expensive, so I didn't have access to it right away. But that whole package of Apprentice Magician, Old Vindictive Magician, Crystal Seer is awesome. Like Apprentice Monarch, once this card came out, was one of the decks I always, as a kid, I always wished I could play it, even though in hindsight it wasn't even that good of a deck. But I love Crystal Seer. I think that card is awesome. It's a very, very beautiful ultimate rare as well, because they put like texture on the crystals or whatever it's looking into. These little orbs, they have some really nice texture on the ultimate rare. One of my favorite ultimate rares from back in the day as well. Yeah. For tuner, I picked Quem because of the Bastille Runic deck I won YCS Bologna with, one of my favorite decks of all time, and didn't really, honestly, when I thought back, I was like, what other tuners would I pick? Like, a lot of the decks that are my favorites of all time didn't actually revolve that much around the Synchro Summon mechanic. And if I played Synchros back in the day, it wasn't really about the tuners weren't really that cool, I would say. Like a Krebons or something like that doesn't really strike me as the coolest card ever. Plague Spreader is fine. Spore is fine. Glow Up Bulb is fine. Gale is fine. The Debris Dragon is kind of cool. A lot of them are like cool, but not, I don't know. Quem is cooler, is how I felt. Mole Cricket is not a tuner. Camellia is the tuner. So yeah. Yeah, and then overall favorite card, we've talked about a Colossal Fighter, but I gotta say, in terms of just aura points, I think Crystal Seer, Illblood, Mystic Swordsman level 6, and Relinquished are almost on par with Colossal Fighter for me. Like, those are my top 5. Those are my top 5, and it's kind of concerning that all 5 of those came out before 2010. Now that I'm thinking about it. But Yeah, Mystic Swordsman level 6, Relinquished, Illblood, Crystal Seer, Colossal Fighter are my top 5 for sure out of these 15. Absolutely. But yeah. Ankh is old. Ankh is old. Okay. Then they also shout out to their Twitter handle is at Bosch for making the website for this. You can find the link to the thing and to their profile on my tweet. I did shout them out in the comments. But after they saw how popular the monster version was, they made a spell trap version. And there is also a new one with your most hated cards, which we're going to take a look at in a second. All right. Normal spell. I picked Destiny Draw. Once again, that's my old head coming through. Engage is a very close second. A lot of people were asking, hey, where's Engage on the normal spell thing? I also thought about Sekka's Light for a moment, but I didn't really play Sekka's Light that much. But I love Destiny Draw, and I loved it as a kid especially. I love that card. Continuous spell is honestly not even close, like not genuinely not even close, and it's also my favorite spell trap by a landslide is Branded Regained, and I think if you know anything about my playstyle, then this was never a question. I think that was never a question if you know anything about my favorite decks, my playstyles, anything like that. Of course it's Branded Regained. Of course it's Branded Regained. One of the most beautifully designed cards of all time. I wish it was even better. I wish it was a better hard draw so I could play 3 copies of my deck and actually want to draw it. But yeah, this card is awesome. DDR favorite equip. This card's just kind of cool. I vibe with it. I don't know. I don't really have any super favorite equip spells or anything like that. But DDR's cool. I like DDR. That card is kind of fun. Quick play spell, enemy controller. I thought long and hard about whether I should pick a runic spell in the quick play section. I had runic tip there for a while, but then I thought about it, and realistically, it's just not even close. Enemy controller is freaking awesome. One of the most interactive quick play spells out there. Feels so fun. Whenever it's a viable card, it's so fun to play with. Going second into a board, your opponent tries to negate your thing or destroy your thing. You chain enemy controller, tribute your monster, take control of one of theirs. It's a phenomenal card. And honestly, also one of the cards that has managed to stay somewhat relevant for the longest time, probably, because like it was a solid card when it came out back in the day, and it's seen play over and over again over the years just because it's such a timeless and interesting card and good card too. I mean, the last time it saw play was probably at this point. Currently, it doesn't see that much play, but there was a period like a year or two ago where people start, like every once in a while, people just start playing enemy controller again, and it's awesome whenever it happens. So I picked enemy over the runics. The runics are represented in the field spell section. This one was an easier call for me. I was just like, yeah, okay, let's just put runic fountain here for the field spells to have the runics represented. And just and leave enemy controller here for the quick play spell, and so yeah, I put Runic Fountain. This is probably the one that people are gonna find the most polarizing, because I know a lot of people love runics, a lot of people hate runics. I'm of course one of the ones that love the runic deck, so I put Runic Fountain here. Ritual spell was always gonna be a Necros spell for me. Unlike Ritual Monster, I put Necros Cycle because I think it's the most fun one to use out of the Necros ritual spells. Of course, out of the 3 original ones, Kaleidoscope, Mirror, and Cycle, I prefer Cycle because bringing back cards from the graveyard is fun. Tributing Shirt from your hand to bring back anything from your grave is very, very fun. I like Necros Cycle, but they're all 3 really cool, and honestly kind of on the same thing. Then they made some custom categories because otherwise they probably wouldn't. They just wanted to have nice 15, I assume. Forbidden was a category, and not in forbidden as in banned, because that's a different category, but forbidden as in forbidden crown, forbidden droplets, so on and so forth. Here, once again, not even close, forbidden droplets. By far the best and best designed forbidden spell. And like Forbidden Chalice and Lance are fine, but they're just not really good anymore. And this one, I really let myself, I picked this one out of a modern perspective, but Forbidden Droplet to me checks all the boxes that I want from a well-designed non-engine card. The reason why I didn't pick Forbidden Crown is because I feel like Forbidden Crown is better going first than going second a lot of the times. Not always. There are use cases for Crown going second, and I do like the card. But for Droplet, I really like how it gets significantly better when you go second. I think that's such a good design trait for a card to have. Like, whenever we have this discussion for modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Where like going first is so favored and going second is unfavored, like Forbidden Droplet always comes up as one of the best examples, because the Mold Charmies are like, yes, they're designed for helping the player going second, but they are completely dead going first, which sometimes feels bad. Droplet, you can at least use it when you go first, right? It's not a completely dead card. It doesn't feel great when you go first, though. It's just like a bad imperm or something most of the time. But when you go second, it becomes like a monster of a card. And I love that for it. And even when it is good, it doesn't feel like it's unfair in that sense, because you still have to send away a significant amount of cards to get its effect. So I think it's a very well balanced and one of the best designed Yu-Gi-Oh cards ever, probably, is Forbidden Droplet. Oh yeah, actually, for normal spells, my first instinct was to put Pot of Avarice, but then I saw that there was a pot card category as well, so I saved Pot of Avarice for this. I love Pot of Avarice, one of my favorite old school spells, especially from what it feels like to play with. It's just so fun to play a grindy game and then activate Pot of Avarice, put back 5, draw 2. Phenomenal card. Pot of Sloth is also a very well designed card, and I love it. But as opposed to Droplet, Pot of Sloth mainly only sees play in the side deck, so it's not quite as well designed, in my opinion. I think ideally cards like that are designed in a way where they can go into the main deck. Also, Pot of Sloth just came out, so I want to give it some time to develop and see how it goes. But Pot of Avarice is such an all-time classic that I immediately put it for favorite pot. All right. My favorite banned spell and trap is Return from the Different Dimension, because that card reminds me of Dragon Ruler format, which is one of my favorite formats of all time. And it's one of the spell traps that actually could come back right away and wouldn't really do anything. So I'm a little confused as to why it's still banned, because it's not that broken or unfair anymore. And even in Dragon Ruler format, I think this card is not as broken as people think it is, and actually does, because by the virtue of being a trap card and needing a turn to set it up, I think it does introduce some pretty skillful elements into the format. So I'm a fan of Return from the Different Dimension. Normal trap, I picked Morella because it's my favorite Paleozoic. I love Morella, and of course, when we're talking normal traps, we gotta be talking Paleozoics. I mean, come on, man. Yeah, Morella is my favorite Paleo, so I put Morella for normal trap. Continuous traps is a difficult topic because I just hate floodgates, and a lot of the good continuous traps in Yu-Gi-Oh's history are floodgates. So I thought for a moment which continuous trap I could even pick, and I landed on Abyss Sphere. Abyss Sphere is, I mean, Mermail back in the day, before Niptibus, before all that, was one of my favorite decks alongside, or still is one of my favorite decks. It's one of my favorite decks in all of the retro formats before Niptibus, pretty much, where like 2012, 2013, 2014, outside of the Dragon Ruler Spellbook Tier 0 formats, I always love playing Mermail. And this is one of the reasons why I love that deck so much, because Mermail was a relatively high ceiling deck, but you didn't unleash that ceiling right away. You grinded for a couple of turns, and you were very hard to kill because of Abyss Sphere summoning out Lind, and then Lind floating, and so on and so forth. It is one of my favorite play styles, and Abyss Sphere is a very integral piece to it, so I picked Abyss Sphere for favorite continuous trap. And then Counter Trap. Counter Trap was another category where I didn't know exactly what I would do, because you guys know this about me, I just dislike counter traps. I think they're not interesting. I think just trading with your opponent's starters with a counter trap, especially in modern Yu-Gi-Oh, is not very fun. I am just not a big fan of any of the solemns or anything like that. I just dislike that thing. Isn't Crescendo a counter trap? Yeah, I think Crescendo is the most boring card in Orchest. I like Orchest, but I don't think Crescendo is a very well designed card. I just don't like when you, because especially there's other forms of negation that I also dislike, but counter traps are especially hard to interact with. You can't even chain to them most of the time. So it's just like they just happen and your stuff's now negated and you couldn't play and then you have to have another starter or you lose. So I'm just not a fan of counter traps. So I picked Wiretap because it's only really good in one specific format in Yu-Gi-Oh's history, and that's like hat format. And in hat format, like I wasn't a huge fan of hat format at the time, but looking back at it now, I think it's a fun, diverse format. And Wiretap mostly is just used to negate trap cards. It doesn't negate starters, it negates traps. So I think that's more fun than negating starters. So I like Wiretap more than most other counter traps, I think. But I don't really have a strong feeling or connection to this card or any other counter trap for that matter. So I just picked one that I thought was the least toxic out of most of the counter traps. So yeah. Dominus Spark, similar, exact same thing. I'm not the biggest fan of the Dominus cards. I'm not the biggest fan of negation, right? And so I picked the one that is removal instead of negation, but is actually good, right? I was close to picking Dominus Spiral, but then I thought like, okay, well, Dominus Spiral is kind of just like bad. So doesn't really strike me as my favorite. I think Spark is cool. I think Spark is cool because it's removal, and I think removal is cooler than negation. So I prefer Dominus Spark. I would like to play against Dominus Spark any day of the week instead of playing against Dominus Impulse or Dominus Purge. So I put Spark. And then Solemns. Once again, this category was difficult for me because I kind of dislike all of the Solemns. So I picked Solemn Warning because that at least reminds me of some of my favorite retro formats. Could have picked Solemn Judgment for the same reason, I guess. But I picked Solemn Warning specifically because it's from a period of in Yu-Gi-Oh's history where it wasn't typically a game ender, right? Like nowadays if you go Solemn Warning on a starter and they don't have an extender, they pass and you kill them. Back in the day, that wasn't the case, right? Like when Solemn Warning came out, it was just a good card. It was a good card, but it was not like a game ender. It was like, okay, just Solemn a card and then the game goes on. So I remember it more fondly than what it's used for nowadays. But yeah, could have picked Solemn Judgment for the same reason, I guess. Solemn Wishes. I saw Solemn Wishes and I was like, should I just pick Solemn Wishes because I dislike all of the other ones? But that didn't feel genuine to me because I have no connection to Solemn Wishes or Solemn Authority or something like that. Solemn Warning, in retro sense, I think Solemn Warning is a cool card, and it is more fair than Solemn Judgment, I think. So I picked it. Okay, and then after I made this one, I had a little fun idea of what if I picked my least favorite for each of the categories, and so I made this post. And I said, meanwhile, in the alternate universe that has the most cringe version of me. And I'm not going to elaborate too much on all of these, but this is essentially what I would pick if the goal was to pick the most toxic one out of each category, I suppose. Or at least the one that I hate the most out of each category. So these are the options. I will not elaborate on most of these because they are objectively correct, all right? This is essentially all cards that the entire world would be better off if they were never made. There is, and you will not convince me otherwise. People were making fun of me picking Squeak Knight. Reality is that I don't really have beef with any unions or Geminis, but I had to pick something, and Squeak Knight is the one that they used to summon Isold in Infernoble. So it feels like the union monster that has committed the most crimes. I feel like Squeak Knight is the union monster that has probably committed the most crimes because it's been turned into Isold most of the time. And then Geminis, I don't really hate any of the Geminis, but I picked Gemini Soldier because that's a deck that's been popping up in Edison format recently, and I just think it's not good, so I picked Gemini Soldier. That's it. I don't know. So the thing is, I did this a couple days ago, actually. I did this 4 days ago, but they actually made a version of this now. They made a version of what is your most hated Yu-Gi-Oh card. And it actually has some different categories than this. So I figured, we're going to do this really quickly. So this one's obviously going to be Lokai. This one's obviously going to be Dormouse. Ritual, we're going to pick the same. Wait, most hated? Yeah. Most hated Ritual. Now the thing is, I made this under the premise that it would be the most cringe. Is most cringe the same as the most hated? Because I think Amor Factor Pain is a very, very cringe card, but I don't really hate it because people don't really play it. So my most hated ritual is probably a different one now that I'm thinking about it. What's the one that when I see it or whenever I saw it in the past, I would just hate my opponent? Herald is a good call. One of the heralds is not a bad call, actually. It is such a cringe concept. Maybe, honestly, one of the heralds would probably also be a very valid choice for the most cringe one. The only thing that's difficult about the heralds is that it's two of them, and I don't really know which one. Because for me personally, I've played more against Herald of Perfection back in the day than Herald of Ultimateless in like 2021 or 2, whenever it was. What else do we have? We have like other turn skips. A lot of ritual monsters. For some, it's probably just going to be Habakiri, but I don't hate Habakiri that much. I think I'll actually go with Herald of Ultimateness. Yeah, I'll go with that. So for Fusion, it's a very close race because it's either Spirit of Yubel, Phantom of Yubel. I hate that card. I hate that card. But I also hate this guy. I also hate this guy. More like, it's not even a floodgate, but the amount of combos it enables, bro, I hate that guy. It's one of those two. It's gotta be one of those two. Winda, Kaliga, dude, I hate those guys too, but I would ban Dark Magician of Destruction instantly over any of those two. What about the extra deck rip invoked? I don't hate it that much yet. I mean, I don't like that it exists, but it's not on the same level of hatred as those cards. Not even close. Not even close. I'll go with nah, you know what? I'll go with Dark Magician of Destruction because it's just more relevant right now. It's just more relevant right now than the Phantom of Yubel. Synchro. What's my least? What did I pick here? Junk. Oh yeah, no, it's Junk Speeder. Actually, it's between Junk Speeder and Cyframe Lord Omega. Baron. I have put my beef with Baron and Herald of the Arclight aside since they've been banned in TCG. So like, they're just not there anymore in my mind. It's like, okay, I'll you know. Naturia Beast, it's not. I don't hate Naturia Beast nearly as much as I hate. I like. Speeder happens very rarely, but whenever it does, I literally have the least fun imaginable. Omega is more relevant, but at the same time, I also like Omega is a card that is very, very polarizing to me. Because sometimes I think the card is completely okay in certain decks, and then in like combo decks when they hand trip you, it's so toxic. So I don't know. It's either Junk Speeder or Omega. I'll pick Omega. All right, XYZ. Oof. XY. What did I do here? A Rise Heart. But a Rise Heart is banned. For good reason, I guess. Oh, there are so many though. There's a Rise Heart, there's VFD, there is Dweller. I hate Dweller. I hate Baguska too, but not as much as I guess. Okay, this one I did kind of like on the fly. Now that I'm thinking about it more, what should be my criteria for the most hated card? Because I've been giving, for the Synchro one, I've been giving Baron some leeway because it's banned in the TCG, and so I don't see it anymore. But realistically, now that I'm thinking about some of these banned cards, I still hate them a lot. Ripper? Oh, I hate Ripper. Oh, yeah, you're right. I hate Ripper so much, man. Can I really pick Ripper over like VFD though? I didn't play that much during VFD times, to be fair. Like for me personally, I didn't play that much during VFD times. Oh, Shockmaster is a good one too. Ripper cost us Vanquish Soul players so much. I think you're right. I actually think you're right. I actually think it might be Ripper. Paradise Smasher. Rongo. Hate Rongo. Consider the Teller turn skip. Guys, here's the thing, right? I agree with you, but at the same time, I've just never like for me personally, I've never been turn skipped by Teller. It hasn't happened to me yet in my life. So those cards are simply not as hated by me yet because it's just never been a thing. I'm picking Ripper. It's a little bit of recency bias in this one, but I'm picking Ripper. I hate what this card did to Vanquish Soul. I will never forgive it. Okay, my least favorite Link monster. Oh god. What is my least favorite Link monster? I mean, Electromite. Electromite is definitely up there. Whitebinder. Whitebinder is also up there. However, Whitebinder, I already picked a Malice card up here. Link Decoder is not my it's not my most hated. I don't like it, but like the problem with Cybers is that it's more the overall, like the combination of them. It's not one specific card, it's that all of them exist together. Like I don't have an issue with Splash Mage in a vacuum. I don't have an issue with Link Decoder in a vacuum. It's like if the fact that they all exist, but there I couldn't point at one of them and say like, yeah, this is the one that I hate the most. Appaloosa is a very, very good call. Appaloosa is a very good call. Nightmare Griffin? No, Nightmare Griffin's not my most hated. I don't like it, but it's not my most hated. No, not even close. Electromite, Appaloosa. I do hate Zena. I really hate Zena, but more so like I hate Zena because they made it. Not I don't hate it. I don't think I hate it more than Appaloosa, but I just think like the timing on it is so bad. Like the fact that they made Zena in 2026 is outrageous to me. But it's not my most hated card itself. The thing is, like, I'm noticing a lot of cards that I disliked, like a lot of Link 2 combo enablers of different flavors, like Isold or Electromite or whatever, which I'm not a fan of the concept, but I couldn't even tell you which of those is my singular least favorite one. The Link 1 plant. Yeah. I think it's between Zena, but that's recency bias. It's between Zena, Appaloosa, Little Knight. Dude, if SP Little Knight is your least favorite or your most hated Link monster, I don't think we can be friends. That's crazy. Out of all the things on this list, you pick SP Little Knight, one of the most interactive cards in the game of Yu-Gi-Oh! That's insane. SP's like up there for the best one. I'm picking Apple. Ooh. Okay, Pendulum. Yeah. What are we doing here? It would genuinely be easier for me to make a list of the Pendulum cards that I think should exist than to define my most hated one. Because the list of Pendulum cards that should exist is like insanely short. pick the DDD with the longest name. Based. Yeah, dude. The amorphage. I thought about doing the amorphages when I did this one. Astrograph isn't the most cringe. I take that back. I don't think it's Astrograph. What's the one? Wait. I have an idea. What's the one that stops you from interacting with them because it says like you can't activate shit for the rest of the turn when they combo on you in Master Duel? What's that one? I hate that one. Which one is that? Celestial. Yes, that one. Oh my god, I hate this guy. Oh yeah. This feels right. This feels right. This is the one. It's very, very niche, but it's absolutely this one. Holy. What about Cleaford Scout? I mean, Cleaford Scout is cringe, but look, I would rather play against Cleaford than any of the Pendulum combo piles. Like, yeah, not even close, actually. Isn't it Rainbow Magician? No, this is the one I mean. This is the one where the combo decks, the Pendulum combo decks in Master Duel that you play against almost every single Duelist Cup a bunch of times, when you Fuba them or when you Max C them, they summon this guy and it says you can't activate monster effects for the rest of the turn or any effects, I don't remember. And then they just deck you out. And it doesn't matter what you draw into because you can't use it. This is the one. They give you a field spell with the freaking cringe, what's it called? The Valence field spell, so you can't activate Imperm anymore. And then they summon this. And you know, yeah. And then you can't do anything, they take you out. Okay, hand trap, easy. I will not debate. I pick this one over Maxi. I pick this one over Shifter. It's this. Gamma is close to this too. It's Gamma and Ash, easily. Least favorite tower. Least favorite tower. Never really thought about it like this. Maybe it's just Liger? But I don't hate Lunalight that much. I really don't hate it that much. Wrong. Oh, Rongo is on here? Wait, yeah, if Rongo is on here. Yeah, Rongo. Yeah. No, it's not close. It's not close. All right, most hated spell. What is my most hated spell? Is it Malice in Underground? Is this only normal spells or all spells? Oh, it's all spells. Okay. Dimensional Fissure. Called by the Grave. Oh, I hate Called by the Grave. Yeah, it's Called by the Grave. It's Called by the Grave. It's not close. It's not close. Like, the thing is, of course, I hate Malice, and I hate when my opponent activates Malice in Underground, but it at least that only happens when you're playing against Malice. I'm picking some of these cards because the damage that they're doing to modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Is something that I will never forgive them for. Called by the Grave, Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, like these cards, Appaloosa at the time, those are not tied to a specific deck. Those will just ruin the game, and in every single deck plays them, or like a lot of decks play them. So just the impact that these cards have on my life as to how miserable they make it, it cannot be compared to Malice or any other archetype that I dislike. So yeah. All right, my least favorite trap card. I mean, there's so many, man. What is my least favorite trap card? Did you see they put Called by in every new legendary deck, no ban incoming? Yeah, I saw that, but hear me out. They only put one Ash Blossom in each of them. They only put one Ash Blossom in each of the legendary decks. Copium. Anyways, what's my least favorite trap card? My most hated trap. I mean, I hate all of the floodgates. I hate a lot of the counter traps too. But which one do I hate the most? Which one do I hate the most? Dimensional barrier? Dimensional barrier is up there for sure. It's definitely not impulse or purge. Like, I don't hate them more than other trap. There's no way. I don't like them, but I don't hate them more than like floodgates. I think it's gotta be a floodgate. Whatever I pick here has gotta be a floodgate. I'm just wondering what's my least favorite floodgate of all time. What's my least favorite? What's my most hated? What's the one? What is the one floodgate that I hate the most? And the reason why it's not dimensional barrier for me is because one of my least favorite things with a floodgate is when they activate it and you know in that moment that you cannot play the game ever again. Even if they break, even if you stop them, even if you break their board, you have no chance to ever play the game again because your deck just doesn't function under that floodgate. So something like your opponent activates Rivalry and your deck just cannot play under Rivalry. Or your opponent activates There Can Be Only One and your deck just doesn't function under There Can Be Only One. Right? Those are my least favorite floodgates. Feather Storm is only for a turn. So if you like hand trap your opponent or you board break your opponent or you survive the next turn, you can still win the game. So I mean they're toxic, the lingering ones, but I just hate the ones I hate the most. The ones I hate the most by far are the ones where they activate them and you know you cannot win the game ever again. Doesn't matter how long it takes. Your deck just doesn't function. And I think that's why it's either Rivalry, Goes in Match, or There Can Be Only One. Those three. I think it's those three. And I do think I hate them more because they're still legal. That does factor into my decision here because a lot of the other ones that you guys are mentioning, I hate them too, but at least they're gone now. So I'm like, okay, whatever, let's put the past behind us. But with those other ones, it's not the same. So I think I'll pick Rivalry. I'll pick Rivalry. And then for Flood, what's my least favorite floodgate overall? Bro, this category, oh my god, even scrolling this category makes me so mad. Why? Who made, like, okay, here's what Konami should do. They should just go down this list and identify the person who designed all these cards. Why is access code talker a floodgate? Because the opponent can't respond? They should find the person who designed all these. I hate Protoss. I hate Scythe. Barrier statues, but which one would you pick? Which one would you pick? Dimensional barriers here as well. My most hated floodgate. This is my most hated floodgate. Monarchs Erupt. Inspector Border. I hate Inspector Border, man. Majesty's Fiend. Vanity. Why is March Hair here? Should we pick March Hair? Oh, because the targeting protection, yeah. A lot of you guys are saying Mystic Mine. Mystic Mine, in terms of toxic floodgates, is not even top 20, I think. But you guys are not ready for that conversation yet. You guys are not ready. We can't have that conversation at this point in time. But Mystic Mine is less toxic than a lot of the cards that are still legal. And this is, oh, as a thought. Oh my god. I hate Secret Village. Oh my god, I hate Secret Village. Because you know what the worst thing about Secret Village is the decks that play it. The decks that play it are also so cringe, dude, most of the time. I don't know what it is about Spellcaster combo decks, but man, Secret Village. Ah. Oh, I might pick Secret Village. I'm not gonna lie. Typhon. Someone probably put Typhon. Vanity's Emptiness. Vanity's Ruler. Oh, I hate Vanity's Ruler. I think I'm going with Secret Village. One card starter. What is my least favorite one card starter? I mean, okay, how is Access Code a one card starter? I think they just put all of the cards in there. Yeah, we're putting the boy. We're putting the OG, the one that started it all. The one that started it all. Okay, I cannot possibly pick. I cannot possibly pick a most hated card. What am I trying to do? Do I pick my most hated card at the moment, or do I pick my most hated card of all time? My most hated card of all time? I mean, but then just by definition, I have to pick one of these other 14, right? Because they were winning each of the categories. Like, I would have to pick one of these. I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't even know what my most hated card of all time is. Because, like, I can easily tell you what my most hated card right now is. That's not difficult. That'd be Ash or Called by the Grave, just because they are actively, like, hurting modern Yu-Gi-Oh! In my opinion. Like, my most hated card right now would be one of those two. But I don't feel comfortable calling Ash Blossom my most hated card of all time. That doesn't feel appropriate, because when it came out, it was completely fine. It just aged poorly, but I don't hate it, like, that much. The same is true for Max C. Like, Max C was completely fine for like 5 years until it became toxic, and then the TCG eventually banned it, and then hell knows why Master Duel still has it. But like, Max C is not my most hated card of all time, because in the beginning it was fine. I think there's a few cards here that I essentially just hated from start to finish. Like, when they made it, I hated it until the moment it was banned. And that's Appaloosa. Appaloosa is one of those cards that was never good for the game. Rongo is also one of those cards. I think I'll go with Apple then. I think I'll go with Apple. All right, and there we go. See, and this is one of my favorite features of this website. You can do see what others voted for. Most hated cards. See what others voted for. Hated normal monster. All right, I guess we are NPCs because we put the most. I mean, look, this one's easy, right? It's like Lokai or Driver, Garnet honorary like mention, honorable mention, I guess, but like it's between Lokai and Driver for most people, right? Yeah. I put Labradorite Dragon. Why? What has Labradorite Dragon ever done to you? Most hated effect monster. Okay, that's fair enough. That is fair enough. Dimension Shifter, Maxi. This one, for this category, that was a little bit of me bias. Even though Malice Dormouse is in the top 10. It is in the top 10. But I do think, wait, all of these top 10 are pretty, wait, Ray? Ray is in, okay, dude, we are not the same. Fallen of Albaz? Fallen of Albaz is in your top 10 most hated cards? That's insane. Before Inspector Porter? No, I know that people hate Sky Striker. I didn't expect it to not be here, but Fallen of Albaz, what the hell? Okay. Cool Tune Rotary, I think, is somewhat recency bias, but I do get it. I think in a few years from now, people are not going to remember Rotary as negatively as they are looking at it right now, but it's fair enough. Okay. Right. Most hated ritual. Yeah. Habakiri and Murakumo are in top 3. But no one voted Futsu, at least. I'm proud of you guys. Futsu is not in the top 10. Herald of Ultimateness, Benton, Amor Factor Pain, Herald of Perfection. Yep. Magician of Black, Chaos Max, Blue Eyes Chaos Max. Okay. And Ohime and Skull Guardian, the Protector of the Voiceless Voice. All right, share. Most hated fusions, Albion the Sanctifier Dragon. Interesting. Okay. Phantom of Yubel is in top 6. What did I put? I put something that isn't even on here. Wait, what did I pick? I forget. Oh, Dark Magician of Destruction. Yeah, why are you guys not picking Dark Magician of Destruction? I'm confused. I guess people just like Dark Magician. And they, I mean, fair enough. People hate. I mean, the thing is, most of these, or a lot of these, aren't even floodgates, right? Mirror Jade, for example. Why is Mirror Jade top 4? What's wrong with Mirror Jade? What is wrong? I get what's wrong with Sanctifier. I'm not questioning that. I think that's fair. That's fair enough. But why is Mirror Jade on here out of all the things, man? Rex Term, Kikkalos, Colossus, Dragoon, Phantom of Yubel, Winda. Okay. I mean, mostly agreeable. Mostly agreeable. Most hated Synchro, Baron. That's fair enough. Actually, fair enough. That's not a bad one. Junk Speeder, Omega is also in here. Cupsy Yamiway is insane to put. Like, I mean, I understand. One thing I can take away from this is a lot of people care more about what they are recently playing against rather than actually analyzing the card design behind it. Because, like, Cupsy Yamiway is okay. Come on, man. Who voted Cupsy Yamiway over Baron, Naturia Beast, Arclight, Calamity, Junk Speeder, Transcendent, Omega? Like, there are a lot of people out there who pick Cupsy Yamiway over any of these other options. That's crazy. Oh, yeah. Crimson Dragon is actually not a bad pick either. Yeah, I think that's a fair enough pick. Yeah. Oh, we made it into top 3 with Ripper. Let's go. Let's go. I'm not the only one. I mean, obviously not. But yeah, number 1, Arisart. Fair enough. Number 2, Abyss Dweller. Number 3, Ripper. These are not a bad pick either. True King of All Calamities. Rongo. Baguska. Ryziel Detonator. Kali Yuga. Dude, Baguska is here twice because it's got 2 different artworks. Okay. So technically, you would have to add these together, right? 81 votes, 59 votes makes a total of 140. So actually, Baguska is third. Actually, Baguska is third. It's got more votes than Ripper if you combine the 2. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I mean, fair enough. Most hated Link, Appaloosa, White Binder, Requiem, Nightmare Griffin, Gumblar, good call, old heads. Halka Fibrax, Verti Anaconda, Zena, Appaloosa again. Charmer Quartet in Bloom. Okay. Interesting. I would have picked Moon over Requiem. I mean, I think it's understandable though. Like I agree with you. I think Fiendsmith itself is fine, but I do still think like the overall Fiendsmith hate that a lot of people have is somewhat justified. I personally think they are directing it at the wrong card, but that's still, I mean, it's understandable. I get it. Because like getting rid of the Link one would also solve that problem. So I think it's fair enough. Hated Pendulum. Yeah, I didn't expect it to make it into the top 10 with my pick. Mine was very specific, but these are all very good picks. There are 3 Amorphages in top 10. That's crazy. The guy that designed Amorphage should take a look at that. Bro, you made 3 out of the top 10 most hated Pendulum cards. That's insane. Good job. 5 Rainbow Magician, Eniacraft, a Torimar. You guys are crazy. Just read the cards, man. Literally just read the cards. Astrograph, Sorcerer, Wakaushi, Endymion, Scout, Kirin. Kirin is also crazy. I guess Kirin was a menace back then, so maybe people thought about it that way. But yeah. Most hated spell. Let's go. Called by the Grave, top 1. Mystic Mind 2. Dimensional Fissure 3. Super Poly 4. Engage 5. Talent 6. Branded Fusion 7. Sangan Summoning 8. Mistaken Arrest. Fallen at the Virtues. My god, this community is really split. It's insane. Dude, imagine there are 2 types of people. Most hated spell. Some people put stuff like Called by and Mystic Mind, and others are busy blaming their losses against cards like Engage or Fallen at the Virtues on the cards themselves, bro. So who put Fallen at the Virtues? Reveal yourself. Who put Fallen at the Virtuous into the most hated spell of all time category? That's insane behavior. That is genuinely insane behavior. All right. Floodgate, Floodgate, Floodgate. Evenly matched. What? Floodgate, Floodgate, Floodgate. Whatever the hell Mind Scan is. Imperial Order. Yeah, Floodgate, Floodgate. Okay, we've got 8 Floodgates, Mind Scan, and some people have an issue with evenly matched, I guess. Mind Scan is a tune. No, I know what it is. I'm just saying, like, I don't know how to describe it. Like, it's not technically a Floodgate, but it's also like, what the hell is that card? You know, who made that? That's how I meant that. I get evenly. It's an unfun card to play against. I get that. I know sometimes it feels really bad when your opponent enters battle phase and you're not prepared for it. But at the same time, it is just kind of like a board breaker. Right? It's just kind of like a regular board breaker that in comparison to most other board breakers isn't even that good right now. It's just like a fine card. So I don't really... I mean, every board breaker feels bad if you are not prepared for it, right? Like if I said 5 cards with Sky Striker, it also feels bad if my opponent activates Lightning Storm. But I'm not going to put Lightning Storm as my most hated card of all time because of that. I don't know. Well, I get it. It's fine. Yeah. Most hated Floodgate. Anti-spell is first. That's got to be recency bias, right? That's got to be just because it's the most played one at the moment. But I mean, I think that is a fair reasoning. I was thinking like this as well when I made my list sometimes, so I think it's fair. Shifter in second, same thing. I don't think Shifter is nearly as bad as a lot of these other cards over the entire history of Yu-Gi-Oh, but I mean, it is currently still being played, which makes it an issue. Mystic Mind, there can be only one. D-Barrier, Skill Drain, Fossil Dyna, Order, Fissure, Protoss. Yeah, literally all of these cards should have never been made, so can't really fault anyone for voting these. Most hated hand traps. Shifter, Droll, Maxi, Ash Blossom. All right, 4th place. We take it. Actually, Alt Art is here too. 27 votes. That is still 4th place. Does not let us overtake Maxi. Fair enough. Molcharmi Fualos, Droll and Lockbird, 2nd art also coming in here. Dominus Impulse, Nibiru, evenly matched. Okay. All right. Why is evenly a hand trap? Can we talk about that? Why is evenly even making it into the top 10 most hated hand traps? This card isn't even a hand trap. Trap from hand? That's not the definition. That is not the definition of a hand trap. If the definition for hand trap was a trap that you activate from hand, then none of these other monsters would be hand traps. It literally is. No, it's not. The definition of a hand trap is a card that you can activate as a trap from your hand. You can activate evenly from your hand if it's your opponent's battle phase and they pass. They go try to go main phase too. But come on, guys, come on, shut up. We're not doing this again. We've done this a bunch of times when I made hand trap tier lists and people asked where's evenly matched. I'm not doing this again. You're rage baiting me again. No one thinks evenly is a hand trap. Most hated tower: Liger Dancer, recency bias, Noir, Rongo. How do people hate Liger more than Rongo? It's got to just be people who haven't played against Rongo, because it's like that was 10 years ago at this point or something, or 8 years. But it's, I mean, fair enough. All these choices are fair enough. Towers, Raid Raptor dude, Masterpiece. Oh yeah, good call. Crooked Cook, the Dragon, the Dragon. Okay, the bottom three, I said all of these are fair choices. That's before I saw the bottom three. What the hell is wrong with you guys? The Dragon that devours the Dogma, Black Chaos, and Chaos Angel? Bro! Some people just hate cool cards, man. Some people just hate cool cards. Most hated one card start. Dormouse, Snake Eye Ash, Habakiri, Fallen of the White Dragon, Kapsi Yami, Cool Tune Q, Pydrop, Mathmech Circular, Extra Zeal Chandra. I like how Tenpai is the only deck that's on here twice. And honestly, this is fair. This is fair enough. I mean, I would put the bottom ones definitely over Fallen of the White Dragon and Cupsy personally. But everything else I can get behind. Like Snake Eye Ash, Dormouse, like even Habakiri was way too powerful of a card. I don't hate it that much, but it is way too powerful as one card, so fair enough. Most hated overall: Shifter, Maxi, Droll, Mystic Mind, Called By, Super Poly is top 6. Super Poly is top 6 most hated cards of all time? Okay, dude. Lunalight Liger Dancer also. Okay. D-Barrier, Arise, Hardroll, Lockbird. I mean, I'm not gonna argue with you guys that Liger Dancer and Super Poly are cards worth hating. I get it, but top 6 and 7? Droll is there twice again because of the 2 artworks. They should probably not have alt arts in this. But yeah, I can get behind 8 of these, but I don't really understand Liger and Super Poly being in top 10. I don't know. Well, okay. Interesting. Very interesting. Can we look at the other votes too? I would like to, but genuinely we have a lot of other things to talk about. And I would like to move on, because otherwise we just don't have enough time. I will send you the link. This is the link to the analytics. You guys can check out the other stats if you want to. You can make your own lists if you want to. There is also a link at the top of the page to the creator's X account. So shout outs to them for making all of this. This was very fun to do. And if you want to do your own, then check out the link that is just in chat right now. So yeah. Okay. But we have to move on because we have a couple of things to do. We are going to take a look at, first and foremost, a couple of new cards that have been announced from the legendary modern decks that are about to release next. So we've got 3 new cards from the legendary arc. Is it, I gotta ask one more time, forgive me. Is it Arc V or is it Arc 5? What's the correct way to say it? Because every time I say it, I'm not entirely sure. I usually say Arc V. But I think it might just be Arc 5. I don't know. And now I'm getting mixed answers in the chat as well. So I guess no one really knows. I don't know. Whatever. That show. We've got 3 new cards, 1 for Speedroid, 1 for Odd Eyes, and 1 for Lunalight. These have been teased a while ago. So let's take a look at these and see how exactly they work. So we've got Speedroid, the Ruma Knocker. Level 4 Wind Machine Tuner. If this card is in your hand, you can send a Speedroid card from your deck to the grave, except the Ruma Knocker. Special summon this card. Also, you cannot special summon for the rest of this turn, except wind monsters. If this card is sent from the field to the grave, you can add a Speedroid spell trap from your deck to your hand. Then, if you control a Clearwing monster, you can destroy a monster on the field. You can only use each effect once per turn. Okay, so this is a very powerful card. right off the bat. It's basically just circular, but better than circular for Speedroids. My question is, what's the best send in Speedroid? But I know that they have a bunch of graveyard effects, so I know this is a bonus. Sending one from deck to grave is definitely a bonus in Speedroid. I've played against Speedroid a couple times. It's been a while, but they have a bunch of graveyard effects. Duplicate. Okay, Speedroid duplicate. Let's take a look at. Oh, it's the trap card. Yeah. I remember this. Yeah. This is during your main phase. If this is in your grave, target a level 2 or higher Speedroid you control. Reduces level by 1. Special summon this card as a normal monster. Also a tuner. Okay, so you can bring this back after you summon this, and then you can make the link 2, and then you can search. This is very powerful. This is very, very powerful. We already checked these cards before. We didn't have the exact texts. What we had was we had a description of what they were doing on the blog. I remember that. They made like an announcement for these where they said kind of what they were doing, but not exactly. Now we have exact confirmation of how they work, right? Yeah, I mean, locks you into wind monsters, which I don't think is relevant because at this point, I think Speedroid and Clearwing and whatever, I think there is enough, there's enough things you can do to make a good board. From what I've seen, people are experimenting with this. It's of course a crazy starter. It's also relatively searchable within Speedroids, I think, so they can find this relatively easily. Very good card. The question is, how good exactly is this going to make Speedroids? In my opinion, this is still going to be like, it's going to be hard for Speedroid to play through Charmies, I feel like. Outside of that is, it seems good. One of the interesting takeaways from this is that there's no Crystal Wing in the deck. Is there a ban incoming? Is there, can you link me the full list of the decks? Can we take a look at that? Because I remember seeing it, but I don't have a link ready right now. But I do want to talk about that if possible. So yeah, we can talk about that once we've gone over all the cards. So yeah, I think this card is phenomenal for Speedroids. Obviously, it's a card that's tailor-made for the deck, and I mean they kind of have to do this. If they're only doing one good card or one new card for a deck, they kind of have to make it a banger. Otherwise, it's not going to change enough. So this is an absolutely phenomenal card for Speedroid. My issue with it is, does it make Speedroid a meta viable deck? Tier 2, probably, I would say, but not necessarily good enough because of the weakness to, I would assume, both Perulia and Fuwalos. Is my personal takeaway, probably. Then we have Lunalight Scarlet Tiger. This one is the most dangerous one because Lunalight is already really, really close to being a top tier meta deck. It was a very, very top meta deck in recent formats. So this one, let's take a look. Level 5 Dark Beast Warrior effect monster. If you activate a Lunalight monster effect, except during the damage step, you can special summon this card from your hand. Then, if you activated this effect during the turn your opponent activated a card or effect, you can add a polymerization spell, one polymerization from your deck or grave to your hand. If this card is sent to grave by card effect, you can special Lunalight monster from your face-up extra deck or grave, except the level 5, but it cannot activate its effects. You can only use each effect of Lunalight Scarlet Tiger once per turn. This card is interesting, actually, for Lunalight, but it's also weird at the same time, because what this card does is it lets you play through hand traps. It lets you play through the best thing that this card does is the effect of special summon this from your hand and then add a polymerization. This is something that you can do if, let's say, you normal summon Gold Leo and you get impermed on it. You can then, on a new chain, trigger a Lunalight Scarlet Tiger, summon it, and because your opponent has activated imperm, you will search polymerization, and then you can keep comboing, right? That is the idea, I think, behind this card, is to help Lunalight play through the low impact hand traps. And it is really good at that. My issue with this is that you kind of, if you want to use a card like this is kind of like a Called by the Grave, but not exact. It's not Called by because you're not stopping your opponent's cards, it's a good extender if they have hand traps, basically. It's a good alternative to Called By. Let's say it like that, yeah. But that also implies that you want to play multiple copies because you kind of have to hard draw it, because otherwise, like if this card is just in your deck, it won't really do that much, right? Like the Graveyard Effect, you can send this with like Foolish Burial or something else. It's fine, but it's not crazy. You can discard it for Goat Leo, but that's also not the greatest. Like they already have Emerald Bird, pretty much, right? They already have Emerald Bird, and Emerald Bird already does the Graveyard Effect of this thing kind of better. So the Graveyard Effect is kind of whatever. So you really want to play it for the first effect, which means you would want to play multiple copies because it's a solid hard draw. The question is, how good of a hard draw is it really? Because it's not the craziest extender if you don't get hand trapped. It's not the craziest extender if you are under Charmies. It's also not the craziest extender if you get drolled. And it's not a starter is the most important thing, right? Like, because a lot of the cards that you can play in Lunalight to play through hand traps, you can just load up on more starters, right? You can play more Fractals, you can play more Tankies, you can play more Foolish Burial Goods with Serenade Dance and so on and so forth, right? Like, you have a lot of options of cards that you can play in Lunalight to play through hand traps that are starters by themselves. And so this one isn't. Overall, I think this card is not that crazy for Lunalight. It's not a bad card. It's not a bad card, but it's not crazy. And you can just play one as sometimes a search target, sometimes a send target, and if you draw it, it's a fine extender. And I would argue that's good. I would argue that's good design on their part, because Lunalight, like I said earlier, is already a really strong strategy, and they didn't really need to make Lunalight that much stronger. Lunalight is unplayable with the new Gallon Thief Lava Golem anyways. That's a fair point. That card, the new Thief, is probably going to be a very, very popular meta staple, and Lunalight will have a hard time against that, for sure. So that's a good point. Maybe Lunalight is kind of an outdated strategy if that card starts seeing more play. And I mean, it will, I think. So in that sense, though, there was nothing they could have done. There was basically nothing they could have done to make Lunalight good in a world where that card sees play, unless they would completely change the deck's identity into something else again, which I don't know if they want to do that, because the deck just received its identity, basically, right? They gave Lunalight this Towers deck identity last year, and if now they just make a card that invalidates that, if they want to make Lunalight good again, they would have to completely change how it plays. Like, they would have to change it into like a blind second deck or something else, right? So yeah, just make 3 Ligers. That could work. Yeah, maybe they can make the deck so insane that it just makes 3 Ligers, and then if they tribute 2 of them, you can still win with the 3rd. Oh no, this card is fine. It's not bad, but it's not crazy for Lunalight, but I think that's okay in this sense. And then we have Odd Eye Soulblaze Dragon. I believe this is not a new card. This is an import, I think. I think this is an import. Level 8 Light Dragon Synchro Tuner. If this card is special summoned, you can special a face-up Pendulum from your extra deck, but you cannot special accept Pendulums while you control that monster. If this card is in your grave, banish 2 other monsters, Fusion, Synchro, Exceed, Pendulum from your grave, special summon this card. You can only use 1 effect per turn and only once that turn. This card seems very... I've seen this card before. It seems very mid/reasonable. It's nothing crazy. It's just okay. But the real deal is the Odd Eyes Override Dragon. Okay, let's do this. Link 3 Light Dragon Effect Monster, 2500 attack, needs 2+ monsters, including a Pendulum monster. You can target 1 other card you control, destroy it, and if you do, draw 1 card. So far, so good. Based. During your turn, when your opponent activates a card or effect, quick effect, you can discard 1 card, negate that effect. So this card just negates hand traps. This card does require a discard, which is good. And also, it only works during your turn, which is more acceptable, because at least if they summon it to insulate the combo, you know, it does nothing on your turn. Fine, but still, not. You guys know I'm not the biggest fan of cards like this. And I have a particular problem with this because this is not, if this was just Odd Eyes support, right? If this was just Odd Eyes support, I could say like, okay, Odd Eyes is not a very good deck. Whatever. They made Odd Eyes. They made a good Odd Eyes card that negates hand traps. Okay. Because here's the thing. This is a Link 3. So you already have to be comboing in an Odd Eyes deck to even make this in the first place, right? Like you do have to play through some hand traps to even get there. So for pure Odd Eyes, it's probably okay. But here's the thing. This card is 2+ monsters, including a Pendulum monster, which means that even decks like Power Patron can spam this thing very easily. Power Patrons are going to be able to summon this thing like super easily. And I think that might be an issue with how good the Power Patron decks are already getting. You can only use each of the preceding effects once per turn. If you destroy the Pendulum monster card by this card's first effect, during your main phase this turn, you can conduct a Pendulum summon of Performer Pals, Magicians, or Odd Eyes in addition to your Pendulum summon. This effect I'm completely fine with. I actually like this effect and this effect I think are pretty cool. And the fact that this forces you to only summon Performer Pals, Magicians, and Odd Eyes, I think is completely fine. You know, this is something that probably feels like a very good card for the Odd Eyes strategy, you know, which I'm not the biggest fan of, but I think it's okay that they get this. This one, we don't have to go over it that much. You guys know how I feel about this kind of thing. I just don't think it's not even limited to monster effects. It negates any card or effect. It can stop Imperm, it can stop Impulse, it can stop Purge, it can stop Spark. It stops all of that. Stops Nib. I think it's a card that probably doesn't make Odd Eyes that crazy, but it just I'm worried about the generic use cases of this card. It does not stop Charmies though. That is true. Yeah, it does not stop Charmies. That is true. Yeah. It's an okay card. Odd Eyes still loses to almost every hand trap. That's the reason why I'm not worried about it in particularly Odd Eyes, right? That's why I'm saying like usually in those decks, people will just use their hand traps before you get to this point. Like they will Imperm Beyond the Pendulum or they will do whatever. But in Power Patron, I'm not so sure. I think Power Patron is a deck that can be very good at spamming bodies that are hard to interact with because they all trigger when you get rid of them and put them into the extra deck. So against Power Patrons, it might be very difficult to prevent this card from hitting the board. And then, you know, we might have some problems. The Power Patron already sets Recapture. Yeah, I guess it could be an alternative for the versions of the deck that cannot play Recapture. But I mean, my issues with Power Patron also lie in mostly other cards and with what they end on. So I don't think it's fair to blame this card for that. And even as an Odd Eyes Pendulum hater, I gotta say that they made this card is probably okay. I'm just hoping it doesn't go wrong in other decks. But yeah. Why can't you negate Fuwa? Well, I mean, because they're gonna activate it before you make this. I mean, if your opponent waits until you make this, then you can negate Fuwa with it, but your opponent is gonna activate it beforehand most of the time. All right, these three, I think actually, and interestingly enough, I think Speedroid walks away with the best card out of these three. I think the Speedroid card is kind of custom, and Speedroid definitely gets the biggest boost. And then in second place is not Odd Eyes. In second place is Power Patrons, which is unfortunate. And then in third place is Lunalight, I think, in terms of decks that benefit from this. Well, yeah. All right. Farfa, thank you for the 51 months. Appreciate you. Brago91, thank you for the 46 months. And also everyone else who subscribed, I appreciate you. Thank you for the primes. Thank you for the subs. Appreciate your support. And now we do what you're all here for. Upcoming Forbidden and Limited List update, August 5th. For Master Duel. When I opened Master Duel this morning, I just wanted to take a quick look at the cards in the pack that we are going to play today, but then I was surprised because we have a Forbidden and Limited List update and a pretty big one at that. A pretty big one at that. I already see 4 cards at the bottom here going banned. So we've got a lot of things to talk about. This is in effect about next week. And we've got cards to be forbidden. 4 units. I was about to say there's a card going from 1 to ban. Surely that's Max C, but it's a super rare, so it cannot be Max C. Ooh, all right. That is good news. All of this is good news and should have happened. I mean, that's why I'm not freaking out right now, because this has all been done in basically all other formats and should have happened like 3 years ago, but still happy about that. Harpy's Featherstorm, Lyrolusk Independent Nightingale, Barrier Statue of the Drought, Fossil Dyna Pachycephalo. I mean, freaking finally, right? Freaking finally, Featherstorm, Drought, and Pachi. Every time I've encountered any of these cards, I was wondering, why is this still here? And then Independent Nightingale is obviously to prevent FTKs. What does this mean? Because this is probably something, this probably means something. This is probably an indicator at a deck that is about to come out. Power Patrons. Oh. Okay. The Power Patrons. All right, well. I haven't, like, genuinely, what's the reason that they're doing Featherstorm, Barrier Statue, and Pachi now? Are they just worried that these cards are going to ruin their precious World Championship viewing experience this year? Is that what's going on? Probably, right? I mean, this is the last ban list before the World Championships. So I guess they're just, like, pulling the trigger on this now, where people might actually bring these cards to Worlds, right? So, yeah. Okay. I mean, 4 bans that I'm already super happy with. So, I mean, so far, so good. 1 unit to be limited. Branded Fusion. Okay, this is the most... This is an alibi hit. It's the same thing that happened in the TCG. This card is not that relevant for Branded. Branded is not about Branded Fusion anymore. This is just the kind of thing to say, oh yeah, we are hitting Branded, guys. Look, we're hitting Branded. We're putting Branded Fusion to 1. But in reality, it doesn't hit Branded. It hits Dracotail more than Branded. It's still... I'm not mad about it in this way, because I do think Branded Fusion is a good enough card to be justified to be at 1. I think that is fine. I think there's nothing wrong with Branded Fusion being at 1, but it doesn't properly address Branded, if that's what they were trying to do. So let's take a look at the semi-limit. A lot of them. Oh, okay. Well, no Branded hits. No Branded hits. But more Cool Tune hits. More Cool Tune hits, and some relevant ones at that. I mean, Cool Tune Q is, for what it matters, just a consistency hit, but it is a consistency hit, and they are kind of racking up consistency hits for Cool Tune in Master Duel. Cool Tune Synchro, on the other hand, is not a consistency hit. I mean, it is one, but it's not just one, because Cool Tune Synchro at 2, I think, is quite significant, because Cool Tune Synchro is not only a starter, it is also one of the best extenders / way to play through interruption, as well as one of the best endboard pieces in the deck. So if you use a Cool Tune Synchro on the first turn as a starter, or as a way to dodge an Imperm or a Veiler, you will no longer be able to end on 2 copies of Cool Tune Synchro. And you will no longer be able to search them on follow-up turns, and so on and so forth. Like, this is a meaningful nerf to Cool Tune's longevity and potentially end board. If they have to use one on the first turn, you can no longer set 2, which makes the board easier to play through. Why does it say applied from 2037? Why does it say? I'm just now noticing that. Why does it say, yeah, this hit is in effect in 11 years? Spoilers, I guess. All of these. Okay, I mean, hey, yeah, I mean, guys, Cool Tune is gonna be hit in 11 years from now on. I'm just giving you a little bit of a heads up. Fossil Dyna Pachycephalo, your days are numbered. You've got 11 years left, and then it's gone. It's probably just a typo somewhere. Okay. Radiant Typhoon Vision, in my opinion, understandable, but still a little bit sad. I love this card. I don't like that this card is at 2. I think this is an awesome card that I enjoy playing with, but it still is. It's very popular. It's understandable. I'm not gonna complain about it. I'm a little sad though. Radiant Typhoon Chant. I mean, okay, the reason for the Radiant Typhoon, I can only explain it in the way that I feel like they wanted to hit it a little bit because it did do really well in the last Duelist Cup. I mean, Cool Tune was the best deck in the Duelist Cup, but Radiant Typhoon was pretty successful, so they did want to hit it a little bit. Okay, I think it's fine. Just nerfing Radiant Typhoon a little bit. I don't hate Radiant Typhoon, but it's been really popular, so it's fair enough. The one hit here for Radiant Typhoon that I think is really necessary is Zodiac Ratpier back to 2. And this is where you gotta give credit where credit is due. They are reverting this one really, really quickly. This is something that they don't always do. When they make a mistake and they bring a card back that should never come back, they don't always revert it like super quickly. This one absolutely is necessary. Ratpier cannot be at 3 when Broad Bull is at 1. You cannot have both of them together. They should not have put both of these together. I think they should have just rebanned Broad Bull. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think they should have rebanned Broad Bull. But I think it's good that they're doing something about this. Terrible change? This is not a terrible change, Farfa. This is a good change. I think as much as I like the idea of pure Zodiac being a thing, unfortunately, I don't think you can make pure Zodiac a thing ever again. Whenever these cards are here, people are just going to use them for evil, and they definitely did with Ratpier. I mean, another thing that they could have done that I want to throw out there that I actually would have liked as well, or instead, is they could have banned Utopic Draco Future, which I think would have been fine too. I would have accepted that as well as an alternative to this. I think Ratpier can be at 3 if you can't turn it into a monster negate plus a starter. I think that would have been okay. But either way, putting it to 2 is good. So yeah. The thing is, Ratpier still does combo plus Ultimate Draco Future now, but you have to do the Broad Bowl before the Draco Future. So you can now get interrupted on the Broad Bowl. Or drolled or something. Or you have to play Ram, which is kind of bad. I am. They can turn it into Zexal instead of Draco Future. Yeah, but Zexal is weaker than Draco Future, so that would be fine. But yeah, anyways. This is good. And then we've got Unlimits as well. I mean, this card is one of those cards where if it's at 1 or at 3 does not make a difference. So Original Sinful Spoils. You guys know I'm not a fan of Snake Eyes, but if this card is legal, then it might as well be at 3. Who cares? It's only happening in 11 years from now on, thankfully. And then Snatchy. Snatchy actually is relevant, I think, whether you have 2 or 3 copies, somewhat. But I mean, Yummy is just nowhere to be seen right now. It's just probably fine to be at 3, I would say. Okay. I have a question. Is this the biggest Master Duel list they've done? It's gotta be the biggest in a long time. Because I don't remember. They don't usually make that many changes. It's probably not the biggest ever, but it is the biggest in a very, very long time. Oh yeah, also, they put this card back to 3. This is also at 3 now, randomly. It's in the newest selection pack as well. I wonder if that's going to make any impact. I think it could, but I also am not too worried about Eclipse Wyvern, but it's interesting. I will say, I'm a fan of this. I think there's a lot of things moving in the right direction here in Master Duel, and we don't get this very often, where they make this many changes. At the same time, this is, a lot of it is, you gotta say, just very, very late to the party. Like, the reason why this looks good is because they are just they've basically been saving up on good hits. They've just not done many good hits in a long time, and now they're doing a bunch at once. And whenever I see a Master Duel ban list, I just can't help but think about all the things that they are not addressing, right? Like a massive, if someone told me, hey, they're gonna do a massive Master Duel ban list before the World Championship to fix the format, I would have expected other cards on here. Like I would have expected Max C. I would have expected Baron the Fleur. Those kind of cards, you know? Not... I mean, I'm not complaining about getting Barrier Statue of the Drought and Fossil Dyna, but they're not like my top one priority of cards that I want hit in Master Duel. Like a bunch of the Negation, a bunch of the like the Max C and so on and so forth. Like there's so many other things that I would hit before I would hit these cards or together with these cards that I don't want to like this is not a 10 out of 10 ban list only because it's big and because there's a couple of problematic cards out there. Like in terms of just addressing the current format, this is still relatively okay, I would say. It's like maybe a 7 out of 10. Maybe a 7 out of 10 cuz like they're not addressing branded properly. You know, I'm a fan of branded, but still if they want to address one of, if not the best deck in the format right now, this does not do it. Branded Fusion to 1 is not a real branded hit. So essentially what this is saying, like, hey, we want to phase out Cool Tune and Radiant Typhoon to make room for, I don't know, probably like Power Patrons to be the best deck in the format alongside branded. And that's what it does, right? It doesn't really address many generic problems in the format. It does hit some floodgates, which I'm thankful for. But, you know, Elf Notes is going to join Master Duel at some point with Baron Legal is what this means. And so it's going to be a huge and powerful deck when it comes out. And I'm not going to have a whole lot of fun when I play against it in those formats. So I still don't, even though it's big, I don't think it's that good, actually. I think if you look past it, if you think about, the longer I think about it, the less impactful it gets, I would say. You don't like dancing? I mean, I like when the elf notes dance, but unfortunately they don't do that very often. Unfortunately, they usually instead of switching places, they usually just go into the graveyard to summon Baron, Crystal Wing, Dawn Dragster, Omega, and all that stuff. They don't really dance that much. Branded hasn't had enough time as a strong deck, so it shouldn't be hit that hard. I mean, here's the thing. I am a little bit biased in terms of branded because it is at the moment my favorite deck to play in Master Duel alongside Sky Striker. So I am happy that both of these decks are getting away relatively lightly here. Branded Fusion only losing one branded only losing one branded fusion, and Striker only losing one vision. So I like that, but at the same time, I think if we just hit, like, in general, I think Master Duel's power level is just too high, is how I feel about it. Like, I think I would be fine with some Striker and branded hits as long as they hit the general power level of everything down a little, right? Like, hit the combo decks a little bit, hit the stun decks a little bit, but also hit the mid-range decks like branded and Size. Just bring it all down a little bit, right? And then I'm happy. Because then if everything gets nerfed a little bit, then even a nerfed branded can still be good, or a nerfed Striker can still be good, or even a nerfed combo deck can still be good if everything goes down a little bit. So that's what I would do. I would just hit more cards in Master Duel, even more than this. Even though this is 12 changes, I would do more in Master Duel. But yes, branded is still in the shop and everything. There are reasons for it. I just, you know, I like to point out what I would do differently. But yeah, of course, they don't want to hit branded too hard while you can still chase the overframe Mirror Jade and all that kind of stuff. From a business perspective, it makes sense. From a game balance perspective, even as a fan of branded, I gotta say, like, if you hit the other decks in the format, you probably should hit branded too. You know, that's just how it works, balancing wise. Okay. All right. And that brings us to what we're going to do for the rest of today's stream. We have a decent amount of time left, like 3 hours or more, to play some of the new format in Master Duel. And I mean, new format, this is the downside of the ban list that they're doing. Like, this is not in effect yet, so we don't really have the new format yet. Oh, they updated it. Does it now say... No, it still says 37. What did they change? Update. Nothing. Well, okay. Yeah, the new ban list isn't in effect, but we do have a new pack that we can open some of. If it's even good enough to open, let's see. I mean, there are a couple of things here that I want to try. And so what we're going to do today is we're going to open the pack a little bit, and then you guys get to decide what we play. The options are the following. We can try to play Musketeer with the new magical musket, Mastermind Caspar, because that card is not even out in the TCG yet, and it is pretty good for magical muskets. I don't think this makes Musketeer like the best deck in the format or anything like that, but it could be fun to play some magical muskets. And when I say magical musket, I mean actual magical muskets, like with the spell traps. Like, we're not gonna play like a there's probably gonna be Fiendsmith in there, I'm gonna be honest with you, but it's not gonna be Unchained Fiendsmith with a few Musketeers. I would actually try to play some Musketeer spell traps in there, which is one of the options. The second option is we try to do anything with For Hire. I don't know what exactly, but trying something with For Hire would be an option. And then the third option would be to do Predaplants, because Predaplants was in the pack like 1.5 weeks ago, but I haven't tried it yet. But that is the other option. So we can do either of those three. I'll give you a poll. And the thing is, don't worry, the thing that we don't do today, we can still do in the next couple days. Pumpkin. Okay, I'll put the Pumpkin deck in there as well. I'm not the biggest fan of the Pumpkin deck in terms of its design, but I'll put it in there. Predaplant, something For Hire, muskets, or pumpkin. All right, I'll give you 5 minutes to vote because we have to open some packs anyways. In the meantime, the poll is now up. The poll is now up, and you can vote what you want to see today. I will say I will probably whatever wins this poll we will play today, and then the other three I will put up a poll on Patreon, which ones my patrons would like to see like on the next stream that we do Master Duel probably tomorrow. We'll learn another deck. So yeah, no Rescue Ace. I don't vibe with Rescue Ace that much. I don't want Rescue Ace. I really don't want Rescue Ace. All right, let's do some openings. And first pack of the day, I already get baited by a yellow pack that has nothing in it. Awesome. Heal Shipwright For Hire out of a yellow pack, an ultra rare. Okay. Did you get the bundle with the For Hire mate? No, we can do that. Emergency! Not even new. Trust me, For Hire Radiant Typhoon is the sauce. The coolest and also most difficult thing about the new For Hire cards is that they are like less splashable than ever before, but also cooler than ever before. So you kind of want to play it as a pure deck, but I don't know if it works as a pure deck. Currently, Muskets is winning the poll. Why are there Dracotail cards in this pack? I think they put the new Dracotail fusion into the game, right? Shawless? I think that's why. Glossy Fandora. Okay. Yeah, Shawless is here. I pulled it at some point. I think it's just a rare. This is one of the reasons why it's harder to splash For Hires now, because this is one of the best cards. It says if you control no monsters, special a level 4 or lower For Hire from your deck. Then if your opponent controls 2 or more monsters, you can special a monster For Hire from your deck. Also for the rest of this turn, cannot special summon except For Hires. So you can activate it when you have no monsters only, and then it locks you into For Hires. So it's difficult. You can technically still do For Hire Runic, because you can go activate this and then chain a runic spell to summon, yeah, you could still do that. But then you are locked into per hire for the rest of the turn. I pulled a Lucius. Let's go. Okay, 3 ultras, not bad. Let's get that bundle. 1600. What do I get? 10 packs. Beat mate. Okay. Also, the poll is still running. So if you want to vote which deck we play today, then feel free to use the poll if you haven't yet. Dinah. Currently, muskets are winning with 32% of the votes. Snake Eye Bystials and Duel Links. Oh yeah, I saw that. I saw that this morning. They added Snake Eyes and Bystials to Duel Links, which is crazy to think about. Can you do something with Misk and for hire? I don't remember. But like Rex is a level 2. But we don't have GMX yet. Pump King, the great Ghost King. Alright, the poll has ended and magical muskets have won, so we're gonna try to make a musket deck work. I'm down. Reign of Frogs! Fog Champion. 1 Ultra only. That was kind of sad. That was kind of sad. Didn't you like that frog trap? I mean, it's not very good, but I love the artwork. It'd be very, very ironic if they gave me a Royal Rahu Dracotail like now. After all the fun I had with Dracotail, and now it's basically not that good anymore, and then they give me one. Oh, 2 Ultras in a pack! Emergency and Undying Legion. Okay. God pack. What's the most amount of ultras you have ever seen someone pull in one pack? Can you hypothetically, if you got insanely lucky, you think it'd be possible to pull 8 ultras in one pack? I once pulled 7? 7 ultras? That's insane. What's the most I don't think I've ever had more than 3. Eight, including a Royal Guardian Chimera. I mean, at the point where you yes, at the point where you get lucky enough to pull 8 ultras in one pack, you better pull a Royal. Ectoplasmic Fortification. All right, 3 ultras again. Not the worst. Not the worst. Ooh, hello. Also, guys, yes, I'm talking about one pack. I'm not talking about full 10. Just to make that clear. Because 8 ultras in 10 packs is really good, but it's not nearly as crazy as 8 in 1 pack. Like, I'm not talking a 10 pack. I'm talking 1. Who buys 1 pack? No, but you can open them 1 at a time. Like this screen. Like, how many ultras can you pull in 1 pack? That's what I was asking. Like, how many are possible? Only streamers open 1 pack at a time. Dude, sometimes when I open packs off stream, I open them like this as well, because I spent my gems. I worked hard for these gems, so I wanna get something for my. You're still a streamer off stream though? Okay, no. I mean, yeah, I guess technically, yeah. Four. We got one more. What do I need? I still haven't pulled a single cast bar. Or for dude, what? I've pulled no cast bar, no Rex for hire, and no pumpkin. And no subspace spell. What have I pulled, man? Dude, they're gonna do the thing. They're gonna do the thing with me again, where they give me no ultra rare in the last 10 packs I can afford. And then it's like, oh, there's a guaranteed ultra in your next 10, but I can't afford 10. Dude, polls were so bad the internet decided to go out. We're back, guys. Everyone refresh, please. Don't know why that happens. I still don't know why that happens. I tried to fix it. Okay. All right, what I was about to do was I was about to dismantle some cards so I can afford a deck. Don't need 3 lupus. I don't have that much to dismantle, honestly. It's kind of sad, actually. I don't have any... Dude, we have to open more packs. What's in a collector's file? Oh, Yummy. Does Yummy have a collector's file? Oh, yeah. Yeah, we need to open more packs, man. A friendly reminder that Twitch Prime is free and supports the streamer, man, who's gonna do some solo modes off stream right now to you know, be able to play Magical Musketeers. Why not show the solo mode gameplay? It's not that interesting, honestly. All right. Definitely not a financial advisory stream. Dude, unironically, I don't even know how good it is for me to stream on new pack days, because sometimes I spent more on the packs than the stream. friggin' makes in those hours. Dark Souls, thank you for the Prime. Casu Sartorius Lucius, thank you for the 50 months. Welcome back. QD Tech or OD Tech, thank you for the Prime. Candy, thank you for the first time Prime. Fool House, thank you for the first time Prime. And Tan Gentleman, thank you for the Prime as well. Saturn, Darkor, appreciate all of you. A Rock 16, thank you. Okay. Let's pull some cards I actually need. Oh, this looks good. Okay. Gonna play some Eniac Craft with Subspace Battle. Probably at some point. Not today, though. Aha. Aha. Throw money at them and you shall receive. Yep. Yep. You know what was I supposed to say, man? That's you. Oh my god, what is happening? Oh, they're all supers, okay. All right. Should we do one skip for good luck? Let's see if it's good luck. It wasn't really that good luck. But I'm getting tired of opening all these. Mercurium, the Living Quicksilver. All right. That's a lot of Call of the Forgotten. Subspace Battle. Just one Ultra again. Eh. All right, we'll do the last 10 one by one. Is the new K9 going to see play? Not really. It's not a bad card though, but it's not really. Are you sure this is the last 10? This is the last 10, yes. Lupus! How many keels? I have like 5 of them. Or 6. That's enough, Lupus! I'm skipping the rest. There was nothing in there. Okay, I hope this is enough to play muskets. Have you tried musket runic? Wait, is that a thing? Is that something we can do? Probably don't need 3 keel. Okay, I didn't walk away with that many ultra rare crafting points because I decided to keep most of the ultras for now that we pulled. So let's do, okay, musket. So here's the thing, right? I want to play muskets but I want to make it not just like an Unchained Fiend pile where you play like 3 muskets and call it a day. I would like to make it an actual musketeer deck. Of course, it's going to be there is going to be Fiendsmith in it, but I would prefer if it actually tried to play like a musket deck, right? So with that, so the new guy says 2 monsters including a light fiend monster. During either player's turn, you can activate magical musket spell trap cards from your hand. If this card is link summoned, you can take 2 magical musket cards from your hand and or deck, including a monster. Special summon 1 monster from it to your field and set the other to your opponent's field. You can only use this effect of magical musket mastermind Caspar once per turn. So this is cool because it plays into the effect of Magical Musketeer Max, where you get bonus effects depending on how many cards your opponent controls, like monsters or spell traps. And you can give one to your opponent to then trigger its effect off of. Uwa is still a massive problem. Okay, so what if we do something a little bit weirder and we do the thing. I remember Dinka Bui at European Championship 2024 playing a Go Second Magical Musket Fiendsmith deck with Link into the Rain. Which does sound fun. The other alternative is we do Runic Muskets. We could do Runic Muskets. And then we go first. Those are our 2 options, I think. Because this card does... You can make this card with Hugin, which is cool. But 1 Fountain and all the other Runic hits kind of make me want to stay away from Runic. So let's do... let's try the other one first. I mean, first we need to make 3 of this. We probably want a second max, right? We can recycle this with Fiendsmith, but probably want to. Hey, we got Glossy Max. Okay. Okay, and this is important to me, but I would love if this deck could actually play some of the musket spell traps. Last Stand. Cross Domination. Crooked Crown. No, that's not good. Desperado is good. Yeah. And then the one that banishes from grave, which is the Dancing Needles. You need to play the Vision package also. Hold up. Let's do the monsters first. So Starfire is good because it specials a level 4 or lower musket. Caspar adds any musket card, so Caspar is good. We need a 3rd Caspar. Kid Brave, discard a musket card, draw 2. Not sure if we're gonna play this one. Calamity brings 1 back from the grave. That's usually a 1 of. Doc adds a musket card from grave back to hand. That's probably a 1 of. And maybe we'll play a Kid Brave. Maybe we'll play 1 Kid Brave. And then we play the Link into the Rains. And then we play... I hope I still have 3 tracts. I do have 3 tracts. We play 3 tracts. 2 of this. At least this amount. We might even play a Sanct, actually. Because it's a quick play, we can just activate into the column of a musket. Not sure if we play Lacrima, because like the normal summon, having the normal summon actually, like these are all normal summons already. We might not play the Sanct. You can't? Why not? Why can I not play Sanct? They're all light fiends. It works. Yeah, it works. Is there a world where we can run a small hand trap package? I think we would want this to be mostly power spells. Like, we could play more Sancts and then play like Radiant Typhoon Vision. Thrust seems like a good card too. I don't know if it's 3 thrust or less. Talents, we go second, right? Talents. Duster. Could play Radiance to bridge into Fiendsmith. Could play Radiance. Could play Radiant. We probably play Droplet. Not that one. Maybe not 3. We'll see. Armies are still an option. Oh yeah, Lurie needs to be here. Fallen into Virtuous is good if we have extra deck space, but extra deck space is going to be tight. Caesar. I do like Agnum Day. Santa Claus? I don't think we're gonna search Santa Claus. Dominus Purge. I don't really want to play hand traps. I want to play breakers. Bawa Q? Maybe. Are there new mascot cards? Yes, this guy. Magical Musket Mastermind Caspar. Maybe we need Necro Quip. Called by. Don't know if we need Aerial Eater and Diabolica. Probably not. I think it's okay if we just throw this together for starters and then just we play a little bit and see how it feels, because it's hard to wrap your head around new decks like that sometimes. Fiendsmith Trap. Which one? I don't think I want to play Paradise in a blind second deck. I might still want to play Fuwa and Maxi. Could just be this. How many quick plays do we have for Vision? We have 3 Sanct, 3 Droplet, 6, 7, 8. Only 8 quick plays alongside other Visions, so 11 total. 11 quick plays total is definitely on the lower end. I don't hate the idea of a Radiant Typhoon package. With like Chant, 1 of each, and Space Typhoon. I really don't hate that idea. Too many cards though, we have to cut something for sure. Random ass Thrust, random ass Talents. I like those cards, but we do need Closed Moon. Probably want SP. Actually, we do lock ourselves into light feeds with something like, oh no, this only attacks, right? Probably want SP. 'Cause you, You don't need Closed Moon, it's all Light Fiends, not the Radiant Typhoons. Thrust and Talons are so good in Musket going second. I know, I just doesn't fit. It just doesn't fit is my problem. You know what? Let's just try this for a couple games. It does not need to be completely done. We can make adjustments. There is some advantage to going over 40 in this as well, because we're going to draw the traps less often. Wow. Lose and you lose a rank. Uh-oh. It is a good hand, yeah. It is Radiant Typhoon, not Sky Striker. That, I think, is worse for us. Because if we were able to put Striker on the Fua, that would have been pretty good. But that is good for us. Am I supposed to activate this first? So I can summon Max? I think so. This card feels so good to resolve. Boom! Can't respond. Can't respond. All right, I want... Calamity brings back Starfire. So I'm gonna go Calamity plus Caspar. I guess I did play into Super Poly a little bit. I'm gonna play the Duster not into the column of one of these, I think. Yeah, because I don't want to play into Imperm. I don't know if Radiant Typhoon plays Imperm, but better not risk it. I have other things I can activate into their columns. You have to pop this. Okay. Give super poly as well, or what? No, drop it. Okay. That hurts, but it's fine actually. If a link you control, you can banish this card, add a monster from your grave with the same original type. Oh yeah. I was afraid that was gonna happen. It's Radiant Typhoon, surely you OTK. The thing is, I probably have to. I probably have to because they do get a Fallen into Virtuous in the end phase. And that is problematic. At the same time, they braked last turn. Caspar gets in a gate next turn. Not if they fall into Virtuous it. Not if they fall into Virtuous it. Like the way it's gonna go, it's fine still. I think I can not risk it. They're gonna have two cards, and they had no starter last turn, and if they draw a starter, I have cross domination for it. We're doing the coward thing here, but I also think it's the more fun thing to do. Okay, they have to lead with this. This is good for me. A top deck chant. I think the only thing we lose to is second droplet. What is this? What do you got? Ash? Yeah, Ash. Okay. Sure. So now they can get rid of one of these, but they can't get rid of both, and we win. Unless I'm missing something that you can do with just one Eldam. I guess they can always hope that I have no spell to activate, but at the same time, I could also just go Fiend Smith here, but we're gonna do the fun thing. Flurry effect, Caspar effect. Caspar add Calamity, why not? Bring this back. Calamity. Activate. Add space. Now Calamity triggers. Brings back Starfire. Is there a card that recycles musket spell traps from grave? Doc can do it, yeah. All right, cool. I mean, we avoided D-ranking, but also our opponent passed the turn without doing anything into our Fuba, so. They did Fuba us back though, and then we didn't really do anything back, to be fair. And then they drew a starter, so it was still kind of a real game. I'm surprised Josh is not playing the draw 2 musket monster. They forced me to take it out. I had it in there, trust me, but chat told me to take it out. So. Ooh, okay. First I thought they bricked, but now I feel like it's their game plan. Awesome. Hmm. Could have done this. Actually, no, I think it's fine to do it in draw phase. I want to add a monster. Yeah. It is roll, okay. This is why it's good that I did it in main phase in this case, because I have called by for it anyways, and this makes Talons live, so I can just go Talons draw 2. The only question is, do I want to go Talons draw 2 beforehand, or do I want to go Talons draw 2 after I potentially have a musket on the board to trigger the musket? I think I'll just draw 2 now. See what happens. Well, something happened. What deck did they play? We can check after this one if you remind me. I forgot to check. Ooh, this hand looks like fun. Let me Fuba immediately. Okay. Okay, dude. Doesn't look like that much fun anymore. Yep. It's fine, guys. At least their Ash Blossom is gone and in the graveyard, and there's no way to add it back to their hand to negate another one of my cards next turn. And this is why we don't blind second. Bro, I lost the coin flip in this one. What do you want me to do? Lacrima and Eldam. Both not the worst. I mean, Lacrima is a bad draw. But it's also often a one-off, so they might be tempted to banish it. Yeah, they banish it. And they leave Eldam on top. I'm not too mad about that. That's alright. Are we firing Droplet plus Spell Monster and Draw Phase to stop Remix? Depends on what exactly they go for. I don't know yet. I don't think this hand is particularly weak to Ash, thankfully, because like one Caspar, if we can trigger it, it threatens multiple layers of things that they want to Ash, right? They want to Ash itself, they want to Ash Caspar, not Caspar, Max, and they want to Ash Requiem. Right? So it's like multiple layers of, oh, you kind of want to Ash that. Which is neat. Plus, they might want to Ash Radiant Typhoon Vision to draw because they don't know what I'm going to have. Plus, I have Eldam. I kind of want to go Vision for MST, though, depending on how many sets they have. 1, 2... Wait, they're not going for Zaylin. Okay. Yeah, I feel like I kind of need Space Typhoon here. I kind of need Space Typhoon. How many Cool Tune Synchros did they search? 1. They don't have Ash in hand yet. They don't have Ash in hand yet. They're probably playing around the Droplet by not making Zaylin first. I don't want to send a monster for Droplet to prevent Remix right now, though. Both of these are very important to me. Oh, never mind. Okay. Well, that's not good. Oh. Main deck reframing too. Awesome. What a great game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Where so far I've played 3 cards and all 3 have gotten negated. I love that for me. Full tune stuff not even the problem here. I mean, I've been saying that for months now. I've been saying for months the issue is the power level of non-engine and how much non-engine we have in the game right now that is so much better for the player going first than going second. Like insane amounts. I don't think there's a card I can search here that helps me, right? Because they pop Caspar and they bounce the token. There's no musket that is an extender. So if I had like Starfire instead, it could have worked. But here, there's nothing I can add. Yeah. Oh. Awesome. We would have needed Magical Musket Monster Reborn to win here. It's interesting to me that they didn't give Musket, like, the Link 2 is cool. It is a really good card, especially because it allows you to bridge into Musket from other archetypes, even though you could argue about how cool that really is. But it's like, Musket has such an obvious, like, problem with being very normal summon reliant and very hard to extend in. Why did they not give it, like, a good extender that you can search from, like, Caspar? Okay, Branded. Branded is one of the healthier decks to go second into with this, I feel like. We should have an okay Branded matchup going second if we can play because of the Dancing Needle. Dancing Needle is a triple graveyard banish that we can recycle, so that should be our win con in this matchup as long as we can get it up somehow. They should be like yummy. If you control a Light Fiend, you can special summon. Nah, I think the old ones are fine the way they are, but I just feel like there should be like a spell or something that you can search that allows you to like summon one from hand or whatever. Wouldn't even be that good, but just fine. Tract is an extender. Yeah, Tract is an extender, but you cannot search it with the musket cards. This is a very strong opener for them. Very, very strong opener. Mostly worried about the retribution. And another face down as well. Super Poly is very, very good against my deck. No Jade at least. I mean, they are going to make Jade on my turn. I think it's a similar issue like we just discussed. I think what I can see from them is already hard to beat, but if the things I cannot see are also good non-engine like Ash and Super Poly, I think it's just cooked. So this is the retribution. They didn't hard draw it, unfortunately. Duster would help a lot. That helps negatively. That is actively bad. Okay. I'd love to search a musket here, but I think I need more pushes. Yeah, the link 2, as long as I can get to the link 2, it will bridge me into a musket. Didn't use Quem. Track to fuse. I kind of want to get rid of the Quem first. Let me force some stuff. Make the Talons live. Because if I go battle... If they let me go battle phase here, I think I'm happy about it. Because I can run over Cartesia and Quem. I can call by Fallen of the White Dragon. It does help, right? Against this. Good. So this can still tag out, but it doesn't really tag out into anything. This can still revive. I do need to be careful of that. This probably makes Mirror Jade now, but they would have to banish their OG Albaz for that. Oh, they go for Chaos. Okay. Up to... I do need to draw here. Talent. Yeah. Yeah. Reminder of what I said earlier. It's what happens. Have you played Paleo into any aircraft lately? No. I don't know. How does that matchup even go? It's good for Paleo, isn't it? It should be good for Paleo. Isn't it better to first activate Vision? I mean, if you know they have Ash and you know they're gonna Ash Vision, then yeah. But I didn't have a quick play in hand. Probably cut the Radiance. Yeah. Yeah, they haven't been great so far, the Radiant Typhoon cards. Maybe you do cut the Radiant Typhoon cards and just play more breakers. Like actual breakers that always work. Best duel of the stream so far, ruined by Ash. I mean, that is modern Yu-Gi-Oh for you guys. Yeah, maybe a bigger thrust package with Link into the Reigns to like take over the boards, right? Because we like activate some stuff, they interact, we activate thrust, get Link into the Reigns, activate that. Like that card feels really good. Would you agree to a master rule which forbids using hand traps under some circumstances? No. I think they need to solve this stuff without changing the rules of the game, because I think that's gonna drive too many people away. It's not that hard. It's not that deep either. We don't need crazy solutions like that. All they need to do is balance things properly. It's actually, it sounds hard, but it's not that hard. If I've ever needed my Harpy's Feather Duster. Okay, there's potentially my Harpy's Feather Duster. I could have popped my own with MST, but I do want to get rid of this so they can't negate my Duster that I'm gonna search. Those are terrible draws, man. 3 normal summons in hand now? Oh, man. But they can just reset it? Yeah, true. Maybe I should droplet it. That's a lot of activations. I mean, I can't droplet them all. I think I thrust for Link into the Reigns actually, not Duster. Maybe could have normal summoned first. Every single game you get fucked by non-engine behind the board. When you blind second, it's just not pleasant in modern Yu-Gi-Oh. It is just miserable. Because every game you get ashed and drolled and whatnot behind the board. I just don't know if you can do it. Where did their stuff set? This is here, this is here. The problem is, this is probably another Space Typhoon. If my Requiem gets hit with this, I think I'm kind of screwed. Because I can droplet, but I don't have a spell to send because I drew two monsters with the Vision. Good SP first. Can't you drop it now? They can just chain Mystical Space Typhoon to it, no? Magnum Day plus Desiree wins? Yeah, but I have to get there, is the problem. They still have this. And I don't know how... Chaos Angel. I don't know how to force it. Because this doesn't force it, I don't think. Also, I don't have time anymore now. I don't know, maybe this is game now if I have enough time, but I don't think I do. I can try, but I don't think I do have enough time. That's not enough time. Was it game even? Was it enough game? Was it enough damage? Because, like, what? I do... What do I do? 1800? It's not game. That was not game. With Lacrima, maybe. But Lacrima isn't game if I... Like, then I can't make Desiree. Oh, I guess I don't need Desiree. I can just go Lacrima into Agnum Day, but that's not, it's not game, I don't think. Can we cut the Radiant Typhoon cards? I mean, we could. I just don't think it's necessarily a... I think it's just hard to go second in modern Yu-Gi-Oh, guys. I think is what's going on. Because like we have a chance in the games where we don't get like double ashed or drolled when we go second, but a lot of the games so far we just got hit with disgusting non-engine when they went first. Is my deck the problem? No, it must be the game that's wrong. Not what I'm saying. I mean, the deck isn't great. I'm not expecting to build like a top tier meta threat here. That was never the goal. But it is a showcase of why the overwhelmingly more popular strategy in Yu-Gi-Oh! Is going first. And it's also underlining one of my main arguments of these cards like Droll and Ash being way more problematic when the player going first draws them. Have you tried Fire King with Hydraulis? No, but it's interesting. I mean, you can send the Jurak, but you do need another Jurak in the grave to trigger it. So it's not that simple, but it does theoretically, if you set up one Jurak, if you have a Hydraulis, it gives you a second Jurak resolve, right? Because after you resolve the first one, you have the Meteor left in the graveyard alone. You can just put another Astero next to it. Which is kind of cool. It does make it... It's a little bit weird when you go second, though. I feel like Hydraulis in this deck, because playing into a board, you will often want to use cards like the rank 8 XYZ or Promethean Princess. Playing into a board without those is harder. Now, this is an end board I can get behind. Yeah, I really want Dancing Needle. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start with Caspar. I'm going to start with Caspar, and I'm going to activate a spell that isn't a searcher, because what I don't want to happen is for them to, after I resolve Vision and trigger Caspar, to like then activate Droll. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to go Caspar here. See if they allow it. If they ash it, I can still make max with it. Unless they wipe the board instantly, then we might have... I mean, it's still fine. We can keep playing with the Radiant Typhoons in this case. They can Princess? They can Princess here, yeah, but also, yeah, Ash Blossom. Cool. Okay, now we have Max, though. And it's It's tempting to go special summon out 2 muskets, but I think it's better to add 1, even though we only get 1 card from this. This is annoying because it means I cannot activate the card I add here right away. Get this. Now, Lacrima in hand is not ideal here. Probably okay. I think I have enough light fiends I can keep in hand. Maybe as a droplet send for the meteor. Let's do this. Now bring back Engraver. The problem is, if I droplet this now, they are free to go for the Jirak, and I cannot really recover from that. I cannot really recover from the Jirak, but I also kind of have to droplet this. But this does so much. Yep. Why not? Will you play the zombie deck with the new pumpkin cards? We can try it. I don't think it's very good though. But yeah. I feel like we have to go vision to draw here. But even that is probably not going to be enough. Because they have another Jurak wipe. Yeah, they have another one. Alright, we get boomed again. And now the question is, can we survive the next turn if I just do nothing here? Maybe. I think I have a better chance of survival if I just commit nothing to the board so they can't activate Skyburn, because one card in their hand is Skyburn. Yeah, I'll see. They probably have a way to kill, but we'll see. Get Ponix back. But the thing is, in an ideal world, they have to go normal summon Ponix here to play. That would be good for me. Maybe I should have summoned Lacrima from hand or sent it for Droplet, so it would have been in my grave. But Lacrima wouldn't have really helped surviving this turn because they have Promethean Princess in grave. So as soon as I go Lacrima Revive Requiem, they can just Promethean. And that puts more damage onto their board than it prevents. Could also add back Kirin, honestly. Yeah, I might not go for the Ash. I think that means I live, though. They add back Kirin here. Unless, if they play 2 Promethean, which some people do because they play Pot of Extravagance. Oh, wait. Wait. Do they only play 1 island? Could that be the case? I still don't think I can push through it because I drew another normal summon. I will get this sanked back eventually. You can't stop me from having my Fiendsmith sank. Yugen Man, thank you for the 34 months. I think they will drop Power Patrons. Is what I think is gonna happen. Oh, now they add Ash back. They can still activate it, right? Wait, they allowed me? Wait. Hello. Hello, hello. Resolve Max. Sure. Hello, friends. Okay, I lost the 50-50. Because if this was here, it would be way better for me, but okay. Oh, I had to chain MST. Oh, okay, this one's my bad. I had to chain MST previously to trigger this now. If they pop, yeah. Oh, that's so bad. I can still summon Requiem. That's unfortunate. Yeah. Would have gotten a free body from that. Oh, now what? I tried to just survive somehow. Okay. Hmm. Maybe doable if they don't play 2 princess. But unlikely. Because we do live the attack from these 2. The lacrimal stuck in your hand has been so bad. Yeah. This is why Pot of Sloth is so awesome for going second decks. Because you can fix stuff like that. Okay. It's a cute play. I like that. Just to trigger the Sunlight Wolf. But it also does mean I survive. Fog Champ. Wait. Why are you doing this? Oh, to clear up the zone for the Sunlight Wolf so that the Kirin can go into... Ah, okay. That's cool. Oh, maybe I should have recycled a Mac. But actually, no, I played 2. All right, so they have Kirin plus 1 other. That is probably a fire monster because they wouldn't have played it this way. It's another Garunix. Okay, that is concerning a little bit. We'll see. Okay, Ash back to hand. Love that for me. Requiem here. They don't have Princess. I banished Princess with Dancing Needle. So this sends... What is your favorite combo deck? Memento, by far. Not even close. I love Memento. I could ignore Ash, but let me try to bait it out. Because the thing is, Ash is still a fire monster in hand that they could crash to bring back the Garunix in future turns. Yeah. Now, the thing we have to do is we have to get rid of this without destroying it. Which luckily we have plenty of tools for. Question is, do I go Racked. Lacrima. Magnum Day is not game yet. This is also. Okay, I need to not time out because I do think this is game. So this sends. I summon whatever. I give them whatever. Now, Max. Now they control the spell trap. Gives me a light fiend. Rack. Lacrima. This. Special. Magnum. Attack. Activate. Whoa! Dude, that was awesome. Okay. Whew. I can't help but think we have to check because the only reason I feel like we can win this is if they only play one island. That's the only explanation I have for that follow-up turn of theirs. 3 losses before that. Yeah, they only play one island. Okay, that explains it. That does explain it. I mean, I get the feeling of you always want to open with the sanctuary instead of the island. You don't want to draw the island. It feels bad. You'd rather draw the sanctuary. But yeah. Okay. That does explain it. Yeah. Especially if you play the Jirak package in Fire King where you sometimes wipe your own board, I feel like you do need 2 islands just to make sure you have one on the follow-up turn. Yeah. Okay. These Radiant Typhoon cards are not doing enough for me. Vision is fine, maybe, but these are not. I want to make it more thrust heavy. I like thrust. I like Duster. Do we even play Vision is the question. Probably not. Maybe we just do this. And more... Wait, isn't Illusion Gate in the game now? Play an Illusion Gate? You can cut Moon. Yeah, technically we can cut Moon. It might still happen if we play cards like Talents and Illusion Gate that we like take an opponent's monster and want to go into Fiendsmith with it. But all of our other monsters are kind of just light fiends, so maybe we don't need Moon. Exiton Knight. Sure, let's play an Exiton Knight. It'll be funny if it happens. Is Evenly bad in this? It depends what your goal is. It depends if your goal is to OTK or to break the board. But I think generally you kind of want to resolve this guy with as much value as possible. So I think it's not necessarily great. Access code is the goat in this deck? I don't know. It usually just has one attribute in the grave. Heavy Storm. Yeah, we can do Heavy Storm. More Lacrima. I think it's the better normal. I don't agree with you. I think the muskets are better normals because they threaten something on their own already. I really don't like drawing Lacrima in this deck. I wish I didn't have to play it at all. I do like normal summoning muskets and then activating a spell behind it, because that does a lot. Check the guy that scooped to Harpy's Feather Duster. Okay. That's a long time ago. This one? Was it this? Yeah, it must be this. Or this. No, it was this. It was the one. It was the Droll. It was the one where they had Droll in the deck. The other one didn't have Droll. Okay, yeah, I don't feel bad about that at all. I mean, so far we've just gone 3 and 3. Nothing special, but not too bad either. But trying to make a blind second deck work in Master Duel really is something. It is difficult, yeah. At the same time, I do think even if it's less successful, I think I'm having more fun with this deck this way, because if I was doing the other thing with it, it would just be just your average go first combo pile. And I don't think I would enjoy that particularly. Like, it would just be like, oh, I'm gonna normal summon my muskets, I'm gonna try to do my Fiendsmith, Caesar, Desiree type thing, and then just hope you don't have the Molcharmy, and yeah. This is gonna be White the watch party right now. I hope they don't end on Secret Village somehow. Because then maybe we do have a chance. Oh my god, they play the full-on package. It's Slopcasters. Oh, Secret Village is banned in Master Duel. Base. This interaction, by the way, is so confusing to me. Okay, so Witchcrafter Jenny says, you can banish this card and a Witchcrafter spell from your grave. This effect becomes that spell's effect when that card is activated. And this card says, activate one of these effects. If you control a Magistus or Witchcrafter, send a spellcaster from or a spell from your deck to grave. When your opponent activates a card or effect, special summon a Magistus or Witchcrafter from your hand or deck. I don't understand why you can activate the second effect and special one from deck, even when the opponent doesn't activate a card. Because it's worded, I think it's worded pretty much the exact same way as transaction rollback. Where in transaction rollback, you ignore a cost, but you don't ignore activation requirement. I can check real quickly if it's the same as rollback. Hold up, transaction rollback. But I think I checked this off stream at some point. Yeah, it's the same. It's the exact same wording. So here, transaction rollback says, pay half your life points, target one normal trap in your graveyard. This effect becomes that card's activation effect. It's pretty much the same wording. But rollback, you cannot copy, like if there's a situational card in your graveyard like evenly matched, you cannot copy evenly matched at any point with rollback. You have to still do at the end of the battle phase or something. Maybe it's worded differently in Japanese. I don't know. To me, it just feels like it's because Konami said so thing, because it's supposed to work, but it from the wording, it doesn't. To me. How many negates? Put your guesses in chat right now. How many negates are they going to end on? Have you watched the new episode of the Magistus anime? What do you mean? We're watching it right now. If they do end on only monsters, then Droplet would help, yeah. But I think they do have a layered end board because of Fairy Tail Snow, and Fairy Tail Snow is pretty good against my deck. Okay, they make a new one because the first one would have been destroyed because it was from Instant Fusion. Each Fairy Tail whose original attribute is light is unaffected by your opponent's activated effect. Okay, I don't know if this is optimized combo, but we'll take it. That could be decent, actually. Ah, okay. Awesome. I mean, dude, I can't be bothered. I'm just going in, right? I just, like, what else am I supposed to do, man? I just tried to murder this individual now. For what they have done to me. It might be thrust for illusion gate. It might be thrust for illusion gate. Oh, they have to banish from hand. Sweet. So I can just send this, right? I don't need to send anything else because this cannot possibly have a spell in hand. No, I think so. Although this makes these two unaffected, right? So the Fairy Tail Luna would survive. Right now. The Fairy Tail Luna would survive. Okay, let's negate. And the snow, yeah, for what it's worth. So let's negate this and let's negate this. Beep 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 beep. Okay. I can't possibly. Snow is a guaranteed interruption. They also have the spell though. They can't activate the quick play. They cannot activate. The question is, do I have to go for game here? Because then I have to take snow. The spell is dead if no fairy tale is on the board. Okay. Okay, then I just steal fairy tale and I snow and I go in. Alright, I'm going in. I'm going in, I'm going in. Tract, fuse, these two. Lacrima, bring back engraver. 24 plus 18 is 42. That's already game. Because of the Lacrima burn. And because they paid 1,000 for instant. Unless I'm missing something. Let's go. Nice, Maxi. Dude, that illusion gate was fire. That illusion gate was awesome. That card is cool. That's what happens, by the way, if like why did they fire their only layered interruption first? They had so much interruption on the board and they were like, yeah, let me do the layered one from the graveyard first. Ooh, wait, this had cooks. 60 cards. Yeah, enjoy your rat pier while you have 3 copies of it. Enjoy your rat pier while you have 3 copies. In 60 cards? In 60 cards, you're gonna open the Ash Rat Pier. Oh, man. Bro. Hey man, when are you doing a Worlds deck tier list? I want to discuss what's going to happen at the World Championship, but I want to do it closer to the tournament, like in like 2 or 3 weeks. I feel like it's more hype to do a Worlds prediction segment on stream when Worlds is right around the corner, not like 4 weeks in advance. Of course. Of course. It's freaking Millennium. What else would it be, man? Doesn't that shuffle everything? Dude, I don't question it, man. These decks never make sense to me. I haven't seen a single Millennium Exodia deck that has made sense. Hell yeah, draw your floodgates. The only good outcome is if they put 3 cards back and then they have all 5 pieces of Exodia now. That would actually be peak. I would accept my loss in Grace, but I don't think that's gonna happen. When will your video reacting to the banlist be uploaded? Today. That's going up immediately. Are you doing the YouTube stuff by yourself? No, I have editor for the shorts, and my fiance does a lot of the like thumbnails and editing now for the main channel. I mean, I say now, but she's been doing it for like, I want to say over a year at this point. Almost. Doesn't Gaia floodgate you? The level of any monster, normal or special in attack, is increased by 7. I can summon in defense, right? Yeah. Why would levels floodgate us? Because max needs level 8 or lower. The floodgate floodgates us, by the way. The floodgate is what floodgates us, in case you've been wondering. That's a good draw. Yeah, Thrust is the best draw possible against deck lockdown. Okay, surely this time a Fuwa is going to resolve, right? 57 cards. If I'm about to get comboed and double negated on 2 Fuwas by 57 cards by some elf node Andy, I'm going to lose my shit. I'm actually going to lose my shit. The stream ends if they negate both Fuwas here. I'm telling you that right now. The stream is over insta. Yeah, I'll activate both. If they have called by now, there's no way you don't call by the first one. Okay. The stream may continue. Tempting fate there. I mean, dude, I would have taken the hour early off, I guess. I would have just been okay, dude. I guess I'm done for today. This hand is good. Surely it wins, right? Surely it wins. This is really good against Regina, actually. Muskets has too many normal summons. Yeah, Muskets is a really cool but also pretty flawed archetype. Like this is really bad for me. This is really bad. I mean, I can deal with it. It's okay. I can live with it, but it makes everything so much harder now that what do I add? Can't really summon anything. I mean, I could thrust for Link into the Rains later, I guess. Muskets need better spell traps? Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. Okay, we didn't get drolled. Good news. They did not put the thing into Master Duel yet, the level 10 synchro, right? Or for elf notes? Baylor. Bro, Baylored my Lacrima. I guess they're not familiar with my game because I got the engraver in hand. And I play Sanct. Let's go. I kind of need to thrust. Actually, I don't need to thrust. You need to what? Dude, come on, let me say thrust. It's what the card is called. We need to be able to handle this, chat. We need to be able to handle me saying the word thrust, okay? Let me thrust in peace. This is what's happening right now is so sick. I just want you to know that's what I just want you to appreciate what's happening right now. It's very cool. I should have thrusted for talents to make sure they don't have nib. But I was greedy. Oh, that's so perfect, man. Now I'm gonna cross dominate the thing while I summon another one with a new column and stuff. Oh god, it's so good. Suck. Oh, come on! Let me thrust! That would have been so good. Bro, Elf Node Andes when you play for more than 2 minutes, but they try to play for 15. Disgusting. I like this hand. And all it needs is a musket, but my Fuba is gonna draw it. Don't worry. Not again, man. This is what I get. This is what I get. They're gonna have Ash for my Fuba. I know it. I know it. Why genuine question, why are they using the effect before summoning this? Because couldn't this help them dodge stuff like Imperm Veiler? Oh wait, no, there's no level 10 yet. Right. Should I have Fubot earlier? If there's no level 10, I should have just Fubot on summon, right? That was kind of, I kind of was TCG brained right now. Because if I just Fubot on summon, they can't chain this, right? I mean, they can chain it, but they can't make a synchro with it. So maybe I should have Fubot earlier. That's my bad. Now I have to do it because of Crystal Wing. What is Polar Bear doing in Arlington, Texas? Wait, is it Vanquish Soul? Okay, no. Even if there are Vanquish Soul in this, this is not. I refuse to refer to this as Vanquish Soul. There's no way this cannot be considered Vanquish Soul. I refuse. I refuse. Yes, let's go. No, not the trap that negates my droplet. I was so happy I got it, and now you take it away from me, man. I just got it. I just got my droplet. Now you take it away, man. Ah. Do I know anything in hand? They use Lucina. Lucina added Fortuna. No, two unknowns in hand. All right, come on, pass your stupid turn, man. Come on. I want to bait this out somehow. I mean, I can start with Illusion Gate, I guess. Do I want to start? I only play one, though. Activate track. They probably let it happen. They probably let it happen. I want to track for a musket, yeah. I am positive I only put one Illusion Gate. I mean, I can activate this. If they Baron it, I can Droplet. And then they have to do this as well. Then I can Illusion Gate and then normal summon the star thing. And if they let this go through, I cook them. They have to negate this. If they don't negate this, they get cooked. And if they chain this, then they get Omega cooked. Because then I just send it for cost. Or Droplet. Now what? Now what? Okay. Okay, dude. Bro is trying to dance to rip cards out of my hand. Okay, so do I... do I summon 2 monsters or do I search every spell trap in my deck? That's the question. Because, like, I kind of need the bodies on board. I kind of need the bodies on board, but I kind of want to just search for... I'm searching for spell traps. I'm sorry, I can't resist. Yeah, give me another. Yeah, give me another. Oh, that was awesome. Oh, that was so awesome. Oh my god. Dude, literally elf node players, as soon as their board is not auto win as fuck, they will start throwing their interactions at the worst things possible. Like, bro, come on. You have a Baron the Fleur negate and a trap negate that can counter droplet. Why are you using the trap one first, man? Come on, dude. It seems so basic. Ugh. Okay. I'm noticing a distinct what's the word? A correlation between my enjoyment of the games and my Molcharmies resolving. Anyone else? With the new card, can't you go first? I could go first with this. I could go first with muskets. Maybe it's fun going first with it too. I don't know. But I just love resolving this card when I go second. They will probably draw themselves. I am more okay with that than Ashen Called By, because then at least I get 1 or 2 draws out of it. And they actually have a restriction on themselves. Oh, base draw too. Yeah, they can impulse this, which is scary. But this is okay. If this gets negated, I can still normal summon my Caspar. Oh my god, they're on that sloppy. Is This is two monsters. This is also two monsters. Okay. Do they play Gaze? Yeah, they play Gaze of Timaeus. Awesome. Good stuff. What if I normal summon Caspar here? Isn't that kind of annoying for them? Yeah. Look at my Caspar. Now what? Now what, huh? Now what? Now what? You have a crescendo face down, huh? Crescendo face down? Or what? I'll have you know it's my turn, actually. Can I? No? Okay. Bro, who plays that card, man? Sure. Oh, it's so good, man. Oh god, it's so fun, man. Oh, uh, oh my god. Uh, that's why we're going second, by the way. That's why we're going second with this deck. Why do they surrender? Can't they just play? Dude, unironically, that game was not over. I was in a good position, but it wasn't over yet. No, it made no sense. They were just mad because a card resolved. It's like, yeah. I'm pretty sure they didn't have crescendo. Otherwise, why would they destroy their own thingy? This hand is not great. We do need some help here from the Fuba. Dude, it's 3. That's 3 in 4 games. Just activate the effect, man, please. Okay, at least it's resolving. They probably just add, though. Oh, they summon. Okay. I mean, it's always worth making Baron, right? Somehow. Okay. I can send a trap for Droplet to make it so they can't negate it if they have the Rhapsody. You can call by the trap. Oh, is it worded like that? Do you have to like target a monster, revive it, and then you can negate? Nice. Why did they give this card a hand rip? It's so cringe. It is actually, that's genuinely one of the best cards in my hand. It's so annoying, man. It needs it? Shut up, it needs it. Elf Note needs this card to be a hand rip? It needs it. Oh my god. It needs it. Oh yeah, play into talents for fun. Don't have it though. uh And this is what I mean when I say we need to do something about combo decks, man. Like I'm not happy about this interaction either. I'm not happy that when I go second, I have to pray to God to resolve a Molcharmy, and if I resolve a Molcharmy, then these people just leave the game because they can't auto win the game on turn 1. Like I'm on your side if you say, well, Molcharmy shouldn't exist because the combo stuff shouldn't exist either, man. But like, what's the alternative? What's the alternative? I let them just full combo and I have no chance to even play the game. There's got to be a middle ground, man. We got to meet somewhere in the middle. I'll give it to you. We don't need Molcharmy for Wallows, but then none of these decks can exist, man. They just need to stop existing and then we can get rid of Molcharmies. But if these decks do the things that Elf Note does, then we do need Mulch Armies. Okay, this hand is kind of based and kind of weird at the same time. I used to like you, Medius. I really did. I really liked you at some point. But those days are long gone. Okay, so it's Elf Note. As an Elf Note player, Konami should just ban Baron right before June Pride. I mean, yes, they should, but unironically, if you've played any TCG recently, Elf Note is still disgusting, even without Baron. See, and this is what I mean. Like, this is also not very enjoyable to me. But why do we have to do this? Why? What the hell is happening? We're queuing into Elf Note players, is what's happening. There is no game to be played when Elf Note is involved. It's auto win in either direction, like 99% of the time. Alright, I didn't draw Fuwa, so now Elf Note can FTK me if that's what they're playing. Okay, it's not Elf Note, so we're not being FTK'd. Still difficult, but doable. We have Droplet. We have Droplet. The issue is we have... I mean, 2 normal summons isn't that bad yet. Not Elf Note yet. Oh, actually true. Sometimes people are playing Cool Tune Elf Note. It could be that. Did they really just... Is that magical musket link 2 that they just added to Master Duel? Was that just a one of legacy support? They didn't give muskets any other cards, did they? Why not? Oh, it was a promo. Okay. Why should they? I don't know, because I feel like Musketeer is a cool archetype that is pretty... It's just... It's close to being good, but it's just a little... Oh, there's actually... It's actually Elf Note. I'm losing my... I'm actually losing my mind. It's actually Elf Notes. It's a... How is it actually Elf Notes? So close and yet so far, man. Wait, they put to the bottom. Okay. Oh, because it's a trap. I could have dodged the freaking trap card on Droplet. Josh is actually in hell and he doesn't realize it yet. Dude, this is... I genuinely think this is maybe what my hell will look like. It's just playing against combo decks over and over and over again. It might just... Maybe that's it. Maybe this is it. I've played against 4 Elf Notes in the last 5 games. What the hell just happened? What is this end board? They added Elf Note Rhapsodia of Madness and then just called it a day. Okay. Brother, you made a worse end board than Cool Tune. Why Zalen into Droplet? I mean, I'm pretty sure they can stop Droplet, can't they? Oh, they hit Lacrima. That's not great. Yeah, this can stop Droplet. This is Master 2, by the way. I mean, it's Master 2, yes, but it is also Master 2 where in a time like towards the end of the month. And I haven't played that actively, so not sure if searching Lurie is good here, because now I'm gonna do Chainlink 1, Chainlink 2. And they could Zalen the cast bar. I don't play Santa Claus, no. Yep. Man, Muskets really needs a way to summon these Musketeers out of hand. You're stuck with like so many normal summons. It's so annoying. I can still play. I might be able to win this. I'll see. This is probably Cool Tune Synchro, and there's a clip. Like, this is not easy. It is definitely not easy. The set card should be... Wait. Rotary, I'm sure they searched Cool Tune Synchro. Everything else would be very confusing. Play 3 tracks to fuse the extra normal summons in hand. I mean, that is what I'm doing. Used this. I've used this. Bring back Zaylen. Okay. Why? Why not revive a musket to make max? I can still get into muskets with the new link too. What? Huh? Okay. Well, this is new. Pretty good. All roads lead to Baron. True. Seems fine though. I don't know if this seems fine because they search Regina here and that's also interruption. And this summons Mix, which searches. I really don't know if fine is the word I would use. And clip potentially really hurts. Chaos Angel time. Okay, I played 2 Requiem, so this is not that bad. I was jump scared by that for a moment. They danced! Could have equipped Lacrima and beat over Baron. Yeah. I mean, if I go battle phase though, they just activate Cool Tune Synchro. And just pop my Lacrima. I think I just... How am I supposed to beat all this, man? I don't think I can. I don't think it's reasonable to expect. I don't play Zeus, no. M7 Zeus would kind of slap here, but... Actually, I can't attack. I can only attack with fiends anyways. Oh yeah, this would... if this resolved, it would be good here, but they have RS for it. Oh. No, you can't go into max with this because max needs level 8 or lower, unfortunately. There's no way they time out. They didn't do enough on their first turn for whatever reason. Hey, I get my hand ripped card back. I mean, yeah, that was maybe doable if it was actually Cool Tune, but there were Elf Note cards in the deck, so we didn't really have a game. I was kind of hoping to see a Baron ban on the ban list this time. I think you're expecting too much of Master Duel. Not even the OCG has banned Baron. They are just okay with that card. Period. They just think it's they think it should exist. I think we've gone second enough, guys. I think the takeaway from today's stream is that some games are fun, but we cannot blind second in Master Duel. It's not possible. It is not possible. We've played against, in the last 7 games, we've played against like 5 Elf Notes, and now it's a Gimmick Puppet. There's just no way. You could go second if there were more Maxis. Yeah, and then you would lose to Maxi when they have it every time. What a great solution you have there. You are so smart. You understand game balancing very well. Gimmick Puppet Elf Note? Yeah, watch this somehow turn into an Elf Note deck as well. They activate like the spell and summon out Tinia. Why are we watching this movie? So because part of me always wants to leave when I see a gimmick puppet card, but then I also feel like a lot of gimmick puppet players actually don't know how to do it because everyone always leaves. So I always have a little bit of hope that my opponents just don't know what they're doing with gimmick puppet because they never get to practice it because no one wants to play against them. And so sometimes, depending on how I'm feeling, I just sit there and let them do it to see if they actually know how to do it. And then if not, they get punished. Genuinely, why did Konami make an FTK deck? It is one of the biggest mysteries in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game to this day. Who thought that making gimmick puppet was a good idea? See? See? I present Exhibit A. I wish I had a musket. Yeah, I wish I had a musket. I can track for a musket, but I don't want to discard any of these other cards, at least not yet. Short answer is that it's an anime deck, I think. I've never been happy with that explanation because I think it's such a poor reasoning for making a literal FTK deck. Like, you do realize that even if it's an anime deck, people will still have to play, like, actually play with the cards, right? Oh, wait. Oh, I'm so stupid. Oh, I'm so dumb. I'm so dumb. I made fun of them and now I that's what I get. I deserve this. I deserve every bit of this. I will accept my fate. I accept my fate. I deserve this. See, in my defense, I don't get to go second against Gimmick Puppet very often because usually that doesn't happen either. I didn't get to practice this. I never expected to get this far. Okay, what does this card do? I think I just call by this, hope they can't play. Yeah, I needed to search a musket. I thought I could just do Lurie and then I would have 2 bodies from the engraver, but I didn't have a Light Fiend engrave because they called by the Requiem, which is what I forgot. Yeah. Okay, now it's actually impossible to mess up. Yeah, that's fair enough. I deserve that. I deserve that one. For a higher win? Probably, like I said earlier, I'll put a poll up for my patrons. Because it's been a while since I haven't been streaming as much. It's been a while since my patrons have been able to vote on anything in terms of content. I'll put a poll up for what we play on tomorrow's stream. Between what's it called? Between Fur Hires. Oh, okay, nice. Between Fur Hire, Predaplants, and what was the third one? The pumpkin called the Haunted deck. Are we doing wheel sometime soon? We can also do a wheel stream at some point again soon, yeah. I try to not do them too often, but it's been a while and there's a bunch of different decks right now. So yeah, we can do one. Isn't the wheel stream just chat forces Josh to play Malice? Not sometimes. I mean, not only, no. I think a lot of people, like, there's just a lot of decks in this game. And I don't get to play them all often enough. And so sometimes people just want to see their favorite decks, I think is more what it is. Like, I mean, there's like, it's like 10% forcing Josh to play decks he doesn't want to play. But I think the majority is just decks that people enjoy watching, which is cool. Why is it another Elf Note deck, man? Is there a world where you play the new Draco Tail fusion? I mean, if you are playing Draco Tail, it's weird because in pure Draco Tail, I think you would play that card, but pure Draco Tail is already dead. So the question is, do you have room in your extra deck in branded Draco Tail? And the answer is not really. Oh yeah. Cut Gulamel for the new fusion? No, you're never cutting Gulamel. You're always playing one Gulamel, two Arthalion, and the question is, do you have room for one extra Draco Tail fusion? It's nice if you get to do this, but yeah. What does it even do? It does one. It's not a particularly good card in general, but it does one thing that the deck otherwise can't really do, which is it recycles more than one Draco Tail card, and it also is recycling on a card that isn't one of your trap cards. So you actually now have a way to get your traps back into rotation. You can put like Arthalions back into the extra deck and such. It's something that only really matters in a grind game, but it's really cool to have access to it. If it was an on-summon trigger, it'd be good. If it was an on-summon trigger, it would be amazing, because then you would have more disruption from Draco Tail. If Shawlass was an on-summon trigger, I think you could still play pure Draco Tail, because you might have enough ceiling. But if it's not. Like, Draco Tail, unironically, Draco Tail was hit with the worst possible timeline. It was a very popular deck when it first came out, but it was already pretty good. So then they decided to not give it great support in the second wave. Like the Shawlass, not a great wave of support for Draco Tail. Sting was fine. Sting was okay. But and then they released Branded, which made the deck, like, Branded Draco Tail was definitely too strong. And then they just murdered Draco Tail because Branded was too new in lore. That was the third wave. Yeah, Shawlass was the third one. It was first, what was it? It was Sting and Frixel, which were already just okay. And then Shawlass was another one. They didn't get a third spell, which is the main issue. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, Frixel was really just forcing it. What the hell are you doing, man? Elf Note might be my biggest enemy nowadays. Even more so than Malice, because Malice, we kind of got through Malice. But what the hell is Elf Note, man? What the hell is even Elf Note? Who made that shit? The same people who made White Forest? Yeah, probably. But I mean, it's just way power crept White Forest, right? Like even more powerful than White Forest by a lot. Is Striker good into Elf Note Cool Tune, or is it too strong? I don't think you can consistently break like these. I don't. They're not making the good boards even. To be honest with you, but if they did make the full potential boards, there's no deck in the game that consistently breaks it. Elf Note is one of Striker's hardest matchups if Elf Note goes first, I think. Is this deck legit, or is it just a cringe, greedy version people like to play? I mean, it's a little bit of both, to be honest with you. It's kind of both. They have more interruptions than you have cards in hand. Yep. Unfortunately, this and Calamity are not really good musket starters, so... They are letting my max resolve, which is a choice. They're even summoning more monsters, so now I get all 4 cards. All they had to do was to just Baron it. It's every time I play against these decks, they use their interruptions incorrectly, and it usually they still win, but this one actually might cost them. And they hit my Fiendsmith sequence. There might be zero justice in the world, actually. Bro, I've played like 3 cards. I've played like 3 cards and their timer ran out. I think I actually think this deck felt a lot better after we took out all the quick play Radiant Typhoon stuff and we just narrowed it down to the stuff that feels really good. The Link into the Reigns, the Thrust, the Muskets, the Fiendsmith. There's all the good cards, and that's it. I feel like maybe this deck can be fun going first as well, where you just I like, but I wouldn't want it to turn into a combo deck going first. I would like to still like leave a couple of muskets on the board, maybe, especially if you get Charmied. Maybe you pass with like Caspar and Starfire on the board, and then you play with a couple of those trap cards on the opponent's turn. Maybe something I want to try in the future. But for now, I think this is a good point to call it a day. I think the list improved significantly after we took out the Radiant Typhoon monsters. And now we've actually had an okay win rate, even though the matchups were for going second. This was like 5 or 6 elf nodes in the last 8 games and a gimmick puppet. And like we still managed to win a decent amount of those. Of course, we do need some help from Fuba in those games, but yeah. I think this is a good time to call it a day for today. I think we're leaving on a high. I think that's a good place to stop right here. I hope you enjoyed the stream today with the new pack. We had a lot of stuff to talk about. I hope you had a good time. I'll be back tomorrow where we will do more of the same thing. We'll play different decks tomorrow. But yeah, hope you all had a good time on the stream today. Thank you all so much for watching. Thank you to everyone who subscribed, who followed, or who was just watching and hanging out. Thank you all for that. I'm going to find someone to raid real quick, and then I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your day. I'll send you guys over to Farfa. You guys have fun over in Farfa's stream. Hold up. And then I will see you all tomorrow, hopefully. So thank you all for watching, and see you tomorrow. Bye-bye, chat. Peace.